S.W.Frost is now live streaming Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. No digital art offers. Thank you. What day it is? Jug. Welcome to my channel. DNN. Welcome to my channel. Mark Zink. Welcome to my channel. Deny AI. Welcome to my channel.
find that set the key. This is torture.
Livia is lonely. Welcome to my channel.
How much education have you had?
I would have continued my education, but Grandma ended up drowning, and she is the one who used to take me to school. Nobody else could after that, and the school was located far away in another village.
So what's the last thing you've done?
I said that my grandma ended up drowning.
I mean, what grade did you complete?
3rd grade.
It says here, educational background, 2 years of primary school.
Well, the thing with my grandma happened when I only had 20 days left. I swear, I have the 3rd grade. It's just chipped.
Tarsai. Welcome to my channel.
This time.
Sweet liberty. We can't have.
Yeah, right. Whatever. doesn't even matter.
Made $0, they can't take anything, I guess, as I understand it now. But if it hits an older video, like in his case, the cat video, let's say that cat video $1,000 that I made 3 years ago. Because this new rule came into effect and the video that violates it didn't know that this rule was coming. I assume that it's after the strike. Well, after the strike, it's making $0. So after the strike is $0, which wouldn't matter if it happened immediately, because then the video made $0, they can't take anything, I guess, as I understand it now. But if it hits an older video, like in his case, the cat video, let's say that cat video made $1,000, now it's been hit. Are they taking $1,000? Because it made $1,000 then, but now it's hit. Are they going to take $1,000 that he's already been paid out from future payments? He gives that exact example. He does in the so he says
about how you
okay,
strike.
we'll go through it because he gives the example of like $20, but that's like that's not.
As a review,
I'm not
they're
getting
gonna
it.
curse.
Maybe I'm just-
Welcome
but they
to my
realize
channel.
There's no other platform on the internet that is for YouTube or Alphabet to
So it's
literally reach
$1,000
into your
takes
bank
20,
account and
10,000,
take back
then it's
money
more.
that they gave you based on a robot striking your cat for hate speech because he was meowing. And that is what you have the potential for here. If I am reading this contract right, and if I'm reading this contract wrong and you're an attorney, please do let me know. This is a serious, serious issue. Now, again, they say even if you do something with your bank account, like let's say, I don't know, set it up so that there's no money in it, no overdraft protection. So if Google tries to go in and take money out, there's nothing there. This is still an issue if your channel is creating revenue right now and they decide to go back and take back revenue from a few years ago. The obvious problem here is that even if you set up your bank account without overdraft protection and you immediately transfer money out of it the moment YouTube deposits money into it, is they can take away from future revenues. So the money that you would make on YouTube last month is not given to you until this month, which would mean that, let's say you're supposed to get, I don't know, $1,000 deposited in your bank account this month, and that video made you $20. That would mean that instead of getting $1,000 deposited in your account, you get $980. Now,
So this example is talking about recent videos. You make a video, you're expecting $1,000 this month, it gets hit, you lose $20.
Hey guys, welcome to our review of The Boys Season 4, one of my favorite television franchises, especially from Amazon. This is one of the good ones that they've been doing, along with Invincible. Invincible is great.
Yeah.
The Boys is just freaking awesome. In fact, I even bought zombie side painted miniatures for The Boys, so we'll be doing a zombie side at some point, a little board game where you get to play as these ultra powerful superheroes. So stay tuned for that. It's season 4. Now there was some recent rumors that the series might not be ending with 5, because a long time ago they were thinking, I think I need about 5 seasons, and then recent rumors that maybe it'll go longer, and I think there was a bit of a backlash to that, and people got a little angry and upset. It's like, don't drag it out. And I was actually one of those where it's like, I wasn't angry or upset or spitting vitriol, but I was like, 5 sounded good, let's do 5. Well, it recently just came out, The Boys to End, with season 5 at Amazon. So showrunner Eric Kripke broke the news on social media. So basically, the premiere week is a good time to announce season 5 will be the final season. So we're going to get that final battle in this big, huge, epic conclusion in season 5. He said, "It was always my plan. I just had to be a little cagey until I got the final okay from Vought." So maybe his words got twisted out of context, and then the internet went wild, and it's unfortunate that happened, because I don't know, maybe it kind of did a little bit of damage to the psyche of, the fan base, because I think a lot of people were super excited. But he says, thrilled to bring the story to its gory, epic, and moist climax.
Moist.
Yeah, he definitely still see you for our final season, motherfuckers. The announcement of the show comes 2 days before the premiere, so it's already premiered June 13th. You get 3 episodes right out of the gate. And thank God I actually like, getting multiple episodes in chunks rather than just doing one and waiting. A lot of series, don't really craft each episode to hold that. Stuff like Acolyte and shit like that. But anyways, we get 3.
Don't see that. I just ate.
Okay, so episode 1 is called The Department of Dirty Tricks. Then we've got 2, Life Among Skeptics, or Septics, rather. It could probably actually go either way. We keep the red flag flying here is the 3rd episode. So what did you guys, I guess we'll just jump right in. So after the wait, what did you guys think of The Boys Season 4 premiere?
Still good stuff. I'm enjoying these episodes, but I do feel like we're getting sidetracked with too many side plots.
Yes.
We got the Kiko one.
Mm-hmm.
We got the Huey one.
We got a Huey one.
Then I forgot the
Frenchie.
Frenchie.
The new
But,
relationship, a love triangle.
Yeah, I just want to kind of rein it back in. Let's focus on the main plot, and then obviously Butcher with the son, because that's still part of the main plan.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
And
that's
then you got a little bit of the what's his name, Mother's Milk again. With Butcher butting heads. It's supposed to about for the control of the team and whether they can handle it, whether he hasn't the asshole in him in order to run the team.
The V
We
that
saw
he's
his asshole.
inject-
We did.
Yes.
I was hoping that's somebody else's asshole. I don't think that's Butcher's asshole.
But
That was funny.
it's still enjoyable. I love the gore. I love the shocking factor. The comedy's still there. It's still a good show to watch.
Yes,
But
for
other than
sure.
just those things for me.
I agree with you, Joe, in that we've seen some really high highs from the show. We're talking 10
Yeah.
out of
Oh,
10s.
for sure.
We've seen some 9 out of 10s. So if you're talking on the scale of The Boys, this feels a little lower.
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the Richter scale.
Oh, for sure,
here.
for sure.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think the Boys is a really strong IP, and they've done a really good job. And so it's early on, and so them being strong in the previous 3 seasons, I'm going to allow them to say, look, I imagine you're going to give it your all towards the end of the season. You're going to pick things up. We're going to close off some of these side things. The focus, they are really trying to push some political buttons. They're really trying to push some of these side characters. I know that's always part of the thing, but it's like I have a tolerance for some amount of it before I was like, all right, now let's get back to the there's some juicy stuff happening in the main storyline, and I'm just anxious to get there, and then we go on and do another thing, and it's like, okay, well, yeah, that was pretty good, but can we get back to this other thing I'm really excited before? So I think it's just a problem when you have a series that has 5, 6, 7 plot lines. When you're on one that I care less about than the main one or another one, then I'm almost a little disappointed when we go on some of those things. But I still think it's operating at a really high level. The gore is there. The violence is there. The people getting called words I'm not allowed to use on YouTube are there. And so it's still great watching.
Yeah, it is. It is a symptom of expanding the story a little further out, I feel like. So when you do that, you say, okay, well, where can we mine some interesting stories, right? I said, okay, well, we got the backstories of the heroes, individuals. We've got the backstory of where they got their powers. We've got the political intrigue of superheroes and humans trying to live together. All that stuff super, super fascinating, and that was previous seasons. Now we're at, and we diving into the boys, individual members of the boys and their backstories. Now, we got a little bit of that already in previous seasons.
Which is fun.
And we're going even deeper here. And honestly, I'm like, nah.
Yes.
I don't really care about Frenchie's, love interests. I don't really care about, so it's like we're expanding on there, and I feel like that's all content because it's like, okay, we got 5 seasons. We got to kind of, where can we mine some interesting stories? So these particular stories, unfortunately, are not as interesting as what has been set up already and what is supposed to be continuing to happen, which is these 2 political sides. Now Homelander is kind of cheered and encouraged for outright murder of his opponents, essentially. And you know, we have a political plot line, which it's kind of muted here in the first 3 episodes of the president and the VP. The VP being Vicky, and she's trying to gain power, trying to get a slot, and she'll eventually probably kill the president and then get rid of all these anti-suits laws, and she's cooperating with Vought in that way. Versus the other side, where the guy, the elected guy who wants to be president, is like, well, we need to kill this bitch and get rid of her, and he purposefully tries to keep her out of meetings and things like that. And so this can, and then will eventually spill over into the public. And I think that's where everybody's waiting for, which is these a big superhero rumble fight at the end, the conclusion of Homelander. That's where I think a lot of the intrigue is. Now, anytime you go into Soups' backstories, I'm more interested than the boys' backstories. Because I think that the boys, I don't know, each individual character are great, but they were never that interesting to me, except for Butcher. And anytime you have a superhero backstory, then, and we're getting teases of that in the next episodes, we will be going and exploring more of the Homelanders, you know, the birth of him, his home, the backstory. We've got touches of this in previous episodes. It looks like we're going to see, and that has me excited. Yes. But if I were to say overall, I feel like this debut was a little weaker than I expected. Now, it doesn't mean that I'm not excited. I'm still going to play my board game. I'm still going to enjoy being Homelander and fucking laser beaming zombies. I don't know how it works with, if you're so powerful. I know they did a Marvel Zombies tabletop, and then seeing more episodes, like how exactly this is going to play out. There's already, and whether what's his name, the famous actor from Breaking Bad, Esposito, Giancarlo, whether Giancarlo will show back up, because his words echo so much through this particular season, where it's like, you want to be the big boy in charge. You want everything? Okay, well, you're going to fucking regret it, kind of thing. And he's finding that Homelander is not necessarily equipped to handle being CEO. We saw a little bit of that in the
with his pettiness and just the way
super
he is.
pettiness.
You
By episode 3, I think it's already fucking falling apart.
It is, and it's great.
So, to kind of wrap up my ideas here, it's like, I'm glad the show is not going any further than 5 seasons, because you can only mine the tension of Homelander. Is he going to crack at that moment? You know what I mean? And then once he cracks, are the boys ready for it, and how do they take him down? That's what we're heading towards. I think we only need 4 and 5 to get it done.
Yeah, I agree with that. And kind of touch back on the boys. Like, I had enough of little backstories. Like, okay, we kind of know why they don't like the Soups and this, and they brought them together. That's enough backstory that I need. Yeah, it's enough. I don't need
we're expanding even more.
Yeah, and that's why it's kind of faltering for me.
Yeah, I mean, well, nothing about Frenchie's side, like, it's not compelling for me. It's not it's not linked to the main story.
No.
And it doesn't feel dangerous.
Frenchie's new boyfriend, and they're constantly kissing in bathrooms, and it's like, I don't give a fuck. And here's how they made it they tried to make it interesting, where he murdered his new boyfriend's whole family.
Yes.
And is he gonna tell him? I have something to tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's something. It could be interesting in a different TV show or different season. It's like we're towards the end and we're kind of wrapping things up. It's like this was the
you know what this show's about? Like, fuck you, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, like it's too late to be adding stuff like this, in my opinion, and so like that's why some of those things weren't working for me. You go on the final verdicts?
Yeah, let's go to the sort of season premiere opening kind of rating. So what we'll do is we'll do an opening rating, and then we'll go into the breakdown and give individual ratings for each of the episodes. But if you were to aggregate these 3 episodes into one, what would you think?
I would say probably a 7, which I think is, like, for me, when I say 7, like 7 is good. It's a good premiere. There's 5 is average, 6 is above average, 7 is good. I don't think it's perfect. I think that it's a little weaker than previous seasons. There's a lot of the side stuff that we talked about, but there's a ton of potential. So it's like 7 with upside. I'm looking forward to the stuff with Vicky and the president. Like, who's going to be who we take down this season? That's what I'm interested in, because you can't take down Homelander this season. So it's like we have like what is the end game for this season? And I'm excited. I'm excited to figure out what those things are. But I'm just less concerned about Huey and his mom. I'm less concerned about Frenchie and his boyfriend.
That's another good backstory.
And it's just like it's
not good, but like spinning its wheels.
Yeah, it's just like stop it with that stuff. Honestly, they could have cut it out and shortened the runtime, and I still would have been happier. And it may have been tighter for me.
Yes,
so
for sure.
I think that this is a good premiere, but it's not a great premiere.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was gonna go with an 8, but like I think the 3rd episode kind of like dropped it a little bit, a couple points for me. So I'm gonna go with the 7 as well.
Yep.
Let's just try to wrap that up first and go back to the main plot, then we could go back to 9s and 10s.
Yeah. If we do individual episodes, like I could see a 7, but I'm actually going to grade on a curve and down, because I'm grading on the curve of the boys, and I feel it was disappointing. I'm going 6 out of 10 for the premiere. But what I think, it's good. It's just not at the levels we've seen before. This is a premiere. You need to be bringing your big guns and setting stuff up, and I felt it was just weak. It probably is as worse as it's going to get. I feel like we're going to get better and more interesting from here. So I'm going to go a 6 out of 10 on the premiere for season 4. That doesn't mean that each episode is 6 out of 10 or worse. It's just I'm kind of aggregating the scores. In fact, we'll go into the individual scores here in a second. So, as Alex said, I am curious. Joe, what do you think? How is this? How do you think they'll wrap it up? You know what I mean? Like, what will this season be about? Here is what I'm thinking currently. We will, like I said, we're spinning our wheels on everybody's backstory, but eventually it'll go to battle lines drawn. We're getting A-Train over. That has been in the works forever, and I was frankly growing impatient with A-Train.
Just fucking do it already.
Either make a fucking choice, and he has finally made a choice here. He's gone full on. So that's the big thing. And then I don't know what the hell.
You think this season? Because I think that's season 5. I think that this season we resolved the Sage and the Vicky. And those are the only 2 things that get resolved this season.
You think Vicky gets resolved? I feel like Vicky will go all the way to the end, and you know, the politics and maybe them trying to take over the government leads to outright, you know.
It could.
conflict.
I mean, it absolutely could. I'm trying to think of like if we have to divide who the big bad of season 4 is.
Who's gonna die?
You can't be Homelander, right? So he's off the table. And so who do we have? We've got Sage, we got Vicky, and we got Sage, and we got Vicky,
and then the new ammunition lady or firecracker lady.
She's like minor character.
Yeah.
Like she got beat up by like normal people like halfway. So
running,
so it's like I think she's gone or gonna die this season anyway. But like for big bads, it's like I feel it's like Sage, and I would probably think Vicky.
I feel like by episode 3 they just resolved Sage. This is wild because I have no idea where it's going, and I'm a little worried if this whole season is going to be spinning its wheels, and that's why Eric says, no, don't worry, season 5's the last. You know what I mean? Okay, so one thing we forgot to talk about before moving on to spoilers is The Boys is known for the shocking scenes.
There was.
The Boys is known for grossness, sex, and nudity, and gore, and brutal kills. Do you think that it lived up to the reputation in the first 3 episodes?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was good.
I mean, it wasn't.
There.
I don't think anything's gonna top the scene. I think it was season 3 of the tunnel.
Yeah, they've gone real.
That one was fucking crazy. But this one had a lot of just like.
We had a lot of dicks.
There was the train, and then there was the ice skating scene. Yeah,
Human Centipede. I put that out of my
yeah. So that's a big one. So it's like there's a lot of ones here, not as big as previously.
We do see Kiko. Is it Kiko? Kiko. I forget her name. The Wolverine-like powers really, coming into effect and being funny. There's good jokes from time to time. I'm hearing jokes. Joe chuckle over there, and the Deep gets his own scene, which almost feels like it's its own spin-off kind of thing, where they're taking it so serious. There's a cameo from a famous comedian that, I don't know, I guess it's perfect for this particular thing, but I don't find it particularly funny or endearing, but I guess it works for the point they were making. And we'll get to all that in a second. So, okay, so the boy still delivers there. It's not quite at the heights that it has been before, but it's still satisfying. As far as, you know, fight scenes and stuff, there's definitely some cool ones, but it's mainly between, you know, peons, NPCs, and, you know, soups. So nothing big, like not soups on soups yet or anything like that. Somewhat, actually, yeah. There is some lower level soups.
Yeah.
Okay. So, 776. That's our final verdicts, and now we'll go into the individual episode breakdowns with the ratings. Hey guys, welcome to the episode breakdown. So the first episode is called, what do they do? Yeah, Department of Dirty Tricks. And what is that referring to, basically?
This one was, they're trying to, what's the guy's name? Negan?
Oh, yeah.
They recruit Butcher, trying to get a hold of his son because they want to make sure we don't have another Homelander situation. It's like we need to train him and get him on our side. So they're trying to help him out, and Butcher's kind of like teetering back and forth because he's about to die as well.
Get kicked off
out, and he's been kicked off the team. And they find out he has 6 months to live.
Yeah.
So,
in fact, even Homelander is the one that noticed, like, oh, the black mass near your brain, like, I feel sorry for you or whatever. Okay, but in episode 1, we have the boys, you know, the Homelander is bringing his son under his wing. We have a scene of him in a urinal, and he plucks one of his pubic hairs, and oh my God,
his gray hair.
His gray hair. He's feeling old. He's feeling like he's losing. And why is it so long? Man, that man needs manscaped. Okay.
He's over there pissing with his gloves, though. Then he goes over there and starts touching his son and everything else. And like that's. You didn't wash your gloves.
Homelander's the bad guy. Okay.
So he's allied with Vicky, and they got to get this lip tart out for president because he's an idiot, and they want to prevent him from, you know, winning. He actually says that.
Yeah, the opening scene's about them trying to assassinate Vicky. Like they are trying to sneak in. They're trying to kill her because like it was set up as the goal. The president has kind of brought them in. It's like, I need this lady dead before she pops my brain. So they developed an acid, and they're gonna put it in her eye drops, and apparently
sneak into a room.
Yeah, it does jack shit. In fact, Huey even throws it in her face at one point, and it does jack shit. So that plan didn't work, and I was like, why did it fail so spectacularly? I thought it was developed to, I don't know, work.
They don't have the samples of her skin. They don't know that she's crazy strong.
They gotta try something.
Yeah. So anyways, that's when we see Homelander sees that Butcher has barely any time to live. Vicky calls a truce with the boys. She's like, look, you know, it's like, she has the capability of killing them all, by the way. Yes. I like that threat where she shows up and it's Huey's like, hey, fuck, but she doesn't.
I'll kill your whole family, everyone you ever known, like your dog.
But if you out me, then I'm fucked.
Gonna kill everyone.
And I can't kill you because then I'll get out it and yeah.
Stop. Just stop being a dick. Stop.
So then we get the scene of looking at 25 candidates for replacements. There's some fun little things here of like generic superheroes that are all tropey, you know, different things.
But then there's also one called Dog Knot. What the fuck?
Yes.
Fuck the dog.
And it's
no.
It was a little more than that.
They said, oh, this guy ate a dog, and then the team was like, no, he ate out a dog.
Ate out a dog. Yeah. Well, his name is Dog Knot. I mean.
I was like, oh my God. Okay.
It's real bad.
Okay.
It's real bad.
Yeah, he's not on the team.
They eventually scroll across Sister Sage, and she's like
I
the
thought you were
smartest.
talking about the Wrangler, though.
Oh, go ahead.
Texas.
Talk about it. Yeah.
From San Antonio.
Hey, one of ours.
Gunslinging.
Yeah,
Of course.
he's like, that'll go up with certain demographics will go up, and it's like,
yeah, but we had to hide all the bodies of the migrants he keeps murdering. So it's like, oh,
he's just murdering people at the border. But eventually they come across this Sister Sage, and they say she's the smartest person in the world. And they have this running joke. She's like the smartest woman. She's like, no person, you know, because there's another guy out there that might be smarter. Nope. So then it's A-Train that says, nah, it's fuck her. You know, she was on this teenage team with me, and she opened her mouth too much, just talking. She's annoying, and they kicked her off eventually. So he dismisses her, but Homelander is slowly realizing, and I love the way they depict this,
I like this,
that everybody around him is just saying whatever he says. And he has to essentially do things. So when he actually wants to hear from other people, they're too scared to give him what he wants to hear or to disagree with. He's like, I am just surrounded by sycophants and fucking yes men.
He looks at the Deep and says, go suck A-Train's dick. And it's a long scene of like Deep slowly getting up and walking over. Like he whips,
and he actually does it.
He whips his dick out and then he's like, fuck, stop. You know,
you fucking
no
idiots.
fucking pushback.
Yeah.
And then we find out, is this the episode we find about Noir?
No,
Noir's
it's
been
a little
talking.
further in, but yeah.
Noir's
see,
been talking in that scene.
we were confused
Okay,
about the Noir characters. Like, why is he seems different, and we'll get there, but eventually, on the other side, the team wants the boys want to cut Butcher loose, okay? And obviously, Huey is the one standing up for Butcher. But all this inter-team drama on the boys, I didn't fucking buy it, went nowhere. He's like, get off the team. You know, eventually Mug's like, all right, get the fuck out of here, get your shit and go. And then the next scene, you know, Butcher's there, and they just team up.
Saves the day.
And it's just stupid. It's like, all right, well, that went nowhere. All right, so then Butcher makes a deal with Vicky, and he's like, okay, I'll fuck over Huey in order to do this deal with you. Later on in the episode, he has a vision of his wife that says, look, you got to do this a different way. You can't be fucking him over.
Yeah, because if those files get deleted, then she can just kill all of the boys with no remorse. Because that's for the file they have on her.
Yeah.
They can prove that.
So that would have been stupid anyway. So I'm not really sure. Like, we never believed Butcher would do that, and he doesn't. Instead, he sends her a picture of his or anyone with just a random gaping butthole on the internet. Here's the file. We got the files for her. And she's like, yes! Oh, I found it. Oh, you son of a
mother.
Good look at that. Look at that! Anyways, then we get here the introduction of the new love interest for Frenchie. I don't know, to throw a wrench in the Kiko stuff. Because they were kind of like connecting them together. Now all of a sudden they're like, oh, we'll never work. And no, it's like, no, I don't want
We already did this.
Yeah, we don't need new characters. We'll just finish what we started.
So then, eventually, Homelander needs advice. So he goes incognito, like he goes into his normal dress and shows up to Sage's house. And she's got a bunch of books, and she's the smartest person. And this is an intriguing team up. So far, this is one of the parts that's working for me. I want to know where this is going. I want to know how long she's going to last.
Yeah, I liked it. I felt like the threat level would have been a lot more intense, but after episode 3, I'm like, well, that kind of that's why it dropped down for me.
If that is what we think it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it could be something pretty interesting. There's a couple novels where the bad guy purposely fucks themselves up so they can't undo. They're the only person that can undo their own plan, and so they know that like they've set everything into motion, and they're like, now I have to do this coast, and the only person who can stop it is me because I'm the only person that knows. And then they do something about it.
Happening?
I would love it. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt.
So, and then Kiko says, "Don't worry, go for it. Go fuck your new boyfriend and call him or something, and have fun. Don't worry about me." Later on, we see it's kind of affecting her more than she's letting on because she's drinking a lot and she's always very curious and asking questions. I don't care. Homelander wants his group to beat up, so he brings his biggest fans to a little meet and greet. And then he tells A-Train and Deep and Noir to take these bats and beat the fuck out of them and kill them. It's like another good scene, compelling scene. But because there's been so many Homelander scenes, like, you know, every time you do it, it's less and less, or it has less threat, but it's still a fascinating watch. They do it because they're super scared, and really it was a plan that Sister Sage, just Sage, came up with.
That's another, like, little convenience, because he's like, well, I gotta go find the dad, or like the stepdad, because like he's been missing for a while.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden he's like, oh, he's one of the chosen ones to get.
Right.
beat.
Yeah. I was like, I wonder if they're like,
I have
we
the
gotta do
pictures,
something
and we
with
found
this
Sage
actor,
here.
and okay, we'll just throw him
A
here.
little convenient,
and we'll
but
kill
fine,
him.
that's fine.
So he's like, oh, I'm your biggest fan. And it's like, well, thank you for your sacrifices. Thank you for being martyrs. And they fucking murder him. A-Train kills him, the other one kills him. And then it's funny because once they leave the room, the Black Noir goes, holy shit, that was fucked up. Was that fucked up, guys? And I was like, wait, what? Why are you talking?
Well, yeah, he killed 2 people. So A-Train didn't kill anybody?
No, I thought it was A-Train that landed the blow.
Hey,
No,
no,
it was from the back.
Noir kills him from
It was from the
behind.
back.
So I don't think
He
A-Train.
stops him. He
Yeah, so I
stops
don't think A-Train kills anyone.
He does cover up by transporting, not cover up, actually plant the
Oh,
body.
oh, for sure. He's guilty as shit.
Okay, so yeah, and I guess the Sage's plan is to let these 2 factions fight amongst themselves, let it get out of control, and she's basically causing a lot of infighting, and then he can swoop in and, you know, be the savior. But she's even doing some other things that I think are a little extracurricular, and I'm not sure why she's doing it. She stokes up the Deep. Oh, I guess she does it because that was the previous CEO. So her and Ashley are butting heads a little bit because Ashley's like, okay, I'm going to do the CEO. It's like, nah, I don't listen to you no more. I listen to Sage. So that's why Sage is probably like, don't let, you know, Ashley talk to you like that. The Deep. And so the Deep is all like gets in a phase, you know.
It's a funny
so
scene.
easy to manipulate.
But it's a funny scene.
Yes, it is.
Because like they're just there, having lunch or whatever. He's like, I don't like the way you talk to me. He's like, I didn't say anything. no, last time.
3 weeks ago. That's probably the only scene of the Deep that I like, because I think we did. How many times did we do the octopus confessional?
We are doing the octopus.
Like, fucking stop it.
Love interest.
Stop it.
So, and then we finally get in the conclusion, Homelander is not guilty, and then all the MAGA
We'll
guys
say,
are like,
yeah.
and then the Starlight libtards are like, boo. And then Sage is there, and she like starts a fight, and then they start beating each other. Everybody's openly murdering, well, not murdering, but, you know, really hurting each other, and so the police come in and all that stuff, and yeah. Meanwhile, they start the Huey subplot. His dad called him, he's in a coma, and his mom shows up. We've never seen Huey's mom. What is this? Why are you doing this right now?
It's like a bad soap opera.
Yeah. Then we get the then we get the butcher with the dead wife, and then he shows Vicky the gaping asshole. So I liked it. I thought it was interesting. Saw, you know, a somewhat good startup.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go 7 out of 10.
For this one, I would say an 8. Give some.
Okay. So 7. All right, moving on to episode Dose, which is called Life Among the Septics. And I like the play on words, because is this the truth? Or no, that might be the 3rd one. Okay, so let's jump into episode 2. Will Ferrell shows up for his cameo. It's just really cheesy, and they're doing this like coach.
Blindside.
Yeah,
White savior.
White savior. Trying to pull him out of the slums, and it's like, why are you doing this, and stuff like that. I'm trying to free you from the streets. And they're doing an A-Train backstory movie, right? And A-Train's not really
Training
A-Train. Meanwhile, when his early self was like, yeah, I want this to be about me, but none of this happened. So Noir, he's kind of questioning his role. So we're setting up more disconnecting from the Savage. Noir is talking a lot, and we're noticing, and you know they talk about how crazy Homelander's been, and it's like, I don't understand my motivation here. And it's like, this got a little annoying.
It did.
So at first I was like, okay, Noir's back. Good. He's super powered. He's got ninja abilities. He can fight. But I don't think that's a Noir clone. I kept thinking it would be like Noir clones, and maybe as we go further clones, then he's starting to question things, and he will eventually fight back. But I think it's a paid actor.
Yes.
Yeah, seems to be.
Because he just couldn't. All
And
he
every
does
time he
is
speaks,
just
I'm like, shut up.
Yeah, he's
You've already
being
had
annoying.
your-
He's like, I don't know my motive. I need a backstory. He's like, even Homelander's like, just shut the fuck
But this doesn't make any sense, because it's like they would just call up the actor anytime they're in public. Why is he there in the round table of the Seven doing input? If he's an actor, none of that makes any sense. So this is the thing that I got annoyed with. I don't know what they're doing with Noir. I hope maybe it still is a clone, and then the clone is asking for motivation to pretend. No, that's not gonna work.
And he
But
had
anyway,
one funny moment.
what was the funny moment?
Where he fell asleep.
Oh yeah,
Oh, I'm
exactly.
sorry, I got nothing.
They shouldn't even care if
They're
that
like,
guy's
shut up.
sleeping. It's just about the disrespect. Hey, he should have just lasered him right there and found another actor. If it's just,
Yeah.
But wait a minute, I think the voice of this guy sounds very similar.
Oh, it's probably the same
to
actor.
Yeah, the actor before.
But I don't think
So
we're not supposed to know that.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, maybe they'll reveal more of what's going on with Noir here. Eventually, they will. Talking partisan heads sort of, stoke up hatred for the other side. So you got the different news channels. You get some allegories to Fox News, and then Tucker Carlson. Well, I guess he doesn't work there anymore. What is the other guy's name? Sean Hannity and that kind of stuff. That are like stoking up hatred and warping the truth and just showing one side to get these people riled up. Same thing for the other channels on the other side. And and then we get two sidetracks here. The Huey mom thing and the Kiko going to therapy thing. And it's like this is going nowhere. They're small little scenes and then boom. Then the butcher tells the team he's dying. And it happened so fast, and I feel like it was filmed in a way that it should have been done better, more impactful. It's like
Very matter of fact.
it's very matter of fact. And then Mother's Milk throws him out of the team, and and then he's like, "Get out of here!" And I was like, "Yeah, I don't believe this." It's like he's still gonna work with them. So then we get a scene where Homelander's son. So Homelander is. The one thing he cares about is his son, and is debuting his son. He wants to, they reveal his costume as Homeboy. And Sage says Homeboy sucks. And she just like outright says that, challenges him. And this surprises Ashley. Somebody take over.
Yeah, I mean, she's right. She kind of explains, like, these are the successful ones. You're doing it in a way that's not going to work. And it's one of the first times, it pretty much humiliates Homelander in front of his subordinates. And so he puts it, he remembers it. And then we go to the conference, right? It's not the truther. I don't remember what they called it.
Truth
But it was a place where you would go for Sasquatch stuff. But then you would realize that it's filled with all sorts of other craziness, and there's
Filled with septic.
yeah, there's the white supremacists, and the moon isn't real, and birds aren't real, and the world is a donut, and like all sorts of just absolutely crazy shit over there.
But a lot of it is actually really close sounding to real life stuff.
The real stuff.
And unfortunately, a lot of people do believe in this stuff. It sucks because I think, people actually believe in that kind of stuff. It makes them feel special in a way, part of a group. Gives them a little bit of an edgelord high to some of the stuff they say. They call everybody pedos who disagree with them, and rail against vaccines and transgenders and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so.
making they're the victims. But they explain it actually really well. Firecracker, like Sage asks Firecracker, "What are you selling?"
Yes.
And then she goes to explain. It's like, look, I'm selling purpose, and this is the reason. I've got a bunch of riled up people, and I can direct that rage towards something, all while selling dick pills and catheters and brain things and like all those other things. And that's all that what it's about. It's like it's about
and stuff like this happens today.
Yeah.
And and it's a parallel to that. So, but Sage finds this clever and probably. Useful. And she knows that apparently Firecracker has a vendetta against Starlight. So her plan is to direct her rage and direct her angry fans and stuff against Starlight.
Who's a piece of shit.
Destroy that.
Because Starlight was a major piece of shit, we find out. But this is also the scene where we get a guy that can split himself a bunch of times, like a bunch of times.
He's like a Discord moderator, or not a Discord moderator, a Twitch moderator for like a hot chick that like parallel to Amaranth or something like that.
Let me touch you.
Where he's like always
coming in for a hug.
Exactly.
Well, so he goes in there. He goes into the steam room to jerk off, and so his prime version is jerking off to her picture. And then there's a train of other ones just licking buttholes all the way
the
down.
human centipede.
And,
well, they're not about this so like fucking moist, and I'm like, why are we watching this?
He was frothing at the butthole, and he's giving his other versions
But there's
pink
a
eye.
payoff later.
Yeah.
What's the payoff, Joe? What is it?
They ambush the boys, and
Yeah.
they have them pretty much dead to rights, and they start aiming, but then
Oh, that's the payoff,
eyes
right?
really
their
itchy.
eyes start itching. The guy's
guys
like,
with the guns
"Oh, it
have
must
pink
be."
eye.
Yeah, the main one's like,
All right,
I guess there's some allergies or something. It's like, no, it's not. Licking booty hole.
You're always talking about your allergies.
Oh, my God.
That's different. It's real allergies.
Oh, my God. All right.
But there's also Kamiko, like, I guess her side story. She sees a poster, and she's
There's
having flashbacks, and then starts getting mad. Gets all drunk, and then starts fighting a guy. And then I guess is this episode? Can they kind of
I don't know. They kind of run together. If it's not, I'll get you. But here's the thing. There's one scene I wanted to ask y'all. Well, y'all didn't watch Gen V.
No.
Yeah, I didn't watch Gen V. They didn't watch Gen V. But in the car with Huey and Starlight, they're talking about plans and stuff. At one point, a line says, "Has Kiara woke up yet?" No, she hasn't. I was like, who?
Oh, that's the one they beat up.
That's the
That's the one
foundation.
beat up,
The
remember?
Starlight Foundation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She gets like stomped in the face and her leg
Yes.
is broken.
That's what she was talking about. So far, there's really no direct mention of Gen V stuff. So you don't have to have watched Gen V in order to understand any of the things that are happening.
Well, good. I don't believe in required reading
Yeah, me
of other
neither.
franchises that I don't necessarily care about to watch the
Disney.
mainline characters. Disney.
But Homelander does mean like we need to be pure and we need people to think like us, which I think was kind of some of the Gen Z stuff or Gen V stuff. Anyways, Starlight has this subplot where she doesn't want to be Starlight anymore.
How much do you care about that?
Zero. It's actually dumb, and I think Starlight's a little more strategic than that, but I guess she's got her feelings caught up in it and has guilt with regards to her her superhero identity. It makes sense because she's been out of this sucking the deep dick and all these other things, and it's got negative connotations with it. But there are true fans of Starlight, and she can hype her side up as much as the other guys are hyping their side up if she would fly around and do all her shit and do the Starlight stuff.
Yeah, this side thing is at least somewhat connected to the main storyline, so I care about it a little bit more. So it's like not on the bottom couple ones.
Yeah, it's still on the lower side for me, but and we also get this new thing where it's like the superheroes are faking their saves. So how many of them have actually ever really saved one? It turns out A-Train has never really saved one. He's like telling his uncle's kids how badass he was, and then his uncle actually shows up and be like, yeah, that's all a fucking lie. You want to tell him the real truth, and they were actors. And it really hits home, and he's like, and this is, I think, where he started. And his brother's in a wheelchair now. So I think A-Train with this, and we have Starlight and Huey about to go get him and talk to him. So no, give him a minute. And it's like he's kind of coming over to their side by himself.
We knew.
We knew that they've set this up quite a bit. And then, so after rehearsing his son, so the same thing. So while A-Train got that fake save, Homelander and the whole team, PR team, is creating his son's first save, right? And they've got this big script, so it's like, and even the Sage is like, no, he needs to be his own thing. He can't always be under your shoulder. You're trying to hand the keys to the kingdom to him and make him and so she's like, none of that shit. So then when they actually do it, and then, they're doing it in public. Oh, no, the Deep is like, what do we do? And Noir's like, I don't know. And then Ryan shows up to save the little girl from this robber. And then he's about to say the line where he's like, I don't like bullies or something. And then Homelander shows up. We will do it together. It's like, God damn it. So it's like taking the spotlight from his own son. He wants to remain relevant.
He's like, do it.
Gotta always be around.
Do the thing.
Yeah, do the thing. And so he's like, all right. And he throws the stunt guy who had been nice to him and teaching and training him and stuff. and he accidentally kills the fucking stunt
Yeah,
man.
unfortunately, this was the trailer scene. I was like, oh, I really wish you had not shown this before because it would have been a cool thing to see the first time.
Yeah.
At least in the trailer, you should have showed the butthole eating thing. People would have like, no.
No, his son accidentally kills the actor dude, and it affects him, and he's crying about it. And Homelander thinks, "Oh, son, don't worry.
Yeah.
I know I interrupted your debut, but you'll get over it, and we'll do this together." And he's like, "No, not
Your numbers
that."
are gonna be fine. He's like, I'm not worried about that.
Oh, you're worried about that human? You know, because the Homelander looks at them as toys. He's like, humans are toys. Get that straight.
But,
He's
yeah.
frustrated that his son has feelings.
But just to back up a little bit, I love that little girl scene. She sees him just splat the little actor. She's like, "You saved me."
Hey, thank you for saving
I was
me.
like,
Oh my
"Holy
god.
shit."
It was
He's like,
good.
"It was a part of the plan."
I was watching her the whole time.
Yeah.
She's a good actress.
She
but she
is,
didn't react.
and Homelander walks
She
in,
was.
and you can see like the amount of danger, and then she's like, "Thank you,"
Yeah.
and then
Bye-bye.
just walks
You
off. He's like,
saved
"Oh."
me. I was like, all right.
I love it. Just great acting and setups. So finally, the fight scene happens at the Truth Con that we talked about. So the pink eye, and then it crashes into next door where they're having like a Jewish party. But it was like, was
Bat
that
mitzvah.
Marvelous?
Miss Maisel. It was a Marvelous
It's a
Miss Maisel
show
themed thing. So it was an advertisement for
For
another
Amazon.
Amazon.
Or not Netflix, Amazon show.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you got this naked dude. His fucking dick is flapping everywhere. He's like splitting
5
himself. There's
Yeah.
and it's like, oh, gross. You know, it's like having to fight that. He's not a good fighter. He's not strong. He just makes duplicates of himself. But eventually they kill Prime, and apparently it kills all the other clones if you kill the Prime. And he confesses his love real quick for Firecracker, and she just doesn't even
Which
react
is
to
like,
it.
Jubilee. Let me see your powers.
Oh, so previously Sage asked, "What is your powers?" I was like, "That's terrible." But she's like, "I'm also really strong." I wish they would have shown that a
Yeah,
little.
it's
But
like,
she's
how
able
strong?
to fight Kiko,
Yeah.
so and hold a little.
Yeah.
I think they upped her power a little too much because I don't think she's on Kiko's.
She was 10 years in though. So like if you think that she was if she's very drunk, then
maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. All right. What else? His son is.
She
we
starts
already talked
live
about-
streaming. She's like, "Look, the CIA are here. I've cracked like the ring or whatever.
Right.
And here's the proof." And it shows the monk.
Tony Shalhoub, who I love Tony Shalhoub. He's great.
It's a good joke.
Yeah.
Because it shows you how stupid these people are, but they take it all serious. It's well acted and well done.
Yeah.
And you know, she cracks her veneer a few times to let people know that she is selling a lie, and she knows it. But if she has okay, all the boys are about to kick her ass, so she just decides to run instead of fight them, which was a good idea because she would have died. Eventually, Homelander gets sick and tired of his son. Actually, has a talking with his son. He shows up with a milkshake. He's like, and by the end of the scene, grabs that milkshake.
I drink a milkshake.
Give it back to me. Just show that Homelander's just a little fucking kid, a little immature motherfucker. I do think he cares about his son, but only
from selfish reasons.
From selfish reasons.
Not for no ultras in there.
Yeah, and so then they eventually A-Train decides he talks with Muscle Milk, Mother's Milk tricks him into showing up, and they have a discussion, and I think he decides to help him. So he brings him the files, and it allows the Starlight to get her fans out of jail, and then she makes the decision. All right, fine, all these Starlights, but then she hypes up her fans, and she lights up, and she steps up. Because she's like, fuck, if A-Train stepped up, nah, I gotta step up. Yeah, and then Colin calls Frenchie, and Frenchie's like crushing pills and snorting them, and then
he's having the big problem where he's revealing that he killed this dude's whole
calls a
family.
lady, and she reveals that he murdered his own family. I don't care. The episode's about to end.
Yeah.
Huey yells at his mother for abandoning him, and she cries. I don't care. Shining Light terrorist cell in New York City. Oh, so then this gives Kiko and Frenchie something to do in the next episode, but it just feels like it's just
It is.
thrown in for more padding and more wheel spinning. And then Butcher's like, look, so y'all got away with it this time, but next time somebody's going to die. And I'm like, oh, okay, somebody going to die?
No, it's only season 4. No one can die till season 5.
So that's it. 6 out of 10.
7
at best.
I thought that there was a lot of funny things in the truthers thing. Like there were so many funny like bumper stickers and ridiculous shit. That's like the only reason I would consider the pink eye thing. And so it's like probably 7.
And the
but
human
I mean,
centipede.
yeah, I mean there's a lot of like lows. Like the lows in this episode were much lower, but I think there was some funny stuff in there. So I'll see what's 7.
Finally, episode 3, we got the debut of the new 7. They introduced Sage in her costume. She's like, ugh, I was supposed to be in the background, and he's just really doing it just to fuck with her because she's talking openly against him. He cannot help himself.
She even said it too whenever they first met. It's like
You're not gonna be able to handle this.
I don't want to be part of your team because you can't.
Yeah, and he says I'm petty, and he's admitting that he's petty, and so this is probably going to lead to the whole thing falling apart.
Yeah.
Even though she's doing good plans for him. So Firecracker then shows up, and she's ranting about transgenders and vaccines and stuff, and creating that whole mess so that her fans can fight Starlight clans. And then we get, what is this? More passionate kissing in bathroom?
Yep.
What is that?
Colin.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I
Colin
need
stuff.
to tell you.
Don't care. And then we get the politics where, you know, Vicky is butting heads with the presidential, potential president. And, you know, they're winning.
Yeah, it's such a dumb thing. Like, I know that they're trying to drum up drama for the show, but, like, they've shown that the president knows the danger that he's in, right?
Yes.
Like, he's trying to have her killed. There's zero reason he would be pushing her buttons right now because he's afraid of fucking dying. And so it's like, this is the episode where it's like, look, I get it that you're trying to stretch this shit out, but, like, this isn't the way to do it. This is actually, we're getting into the sniffing, like, this is kind of dumb writing to, like, stretch the show out, and I don't like it. This was the one where it did take a real big dip.
Same.
So then we get a Butcher talking to his son, or Homelander's son, through the video game.
Yeah.
And this looks exactly like Mortal Kombat. I'm like, damn,
Kombat.
man. And it's like, did they get consulting from NetherRealms, or they just straight up copying?
The Crucible devs have nothing to do, so it's like, hey, this entire studio that we bought, your game failed, so make us a fake Mortal Kombat.
I'm wondering if maybe they got the Crucible devs to do that. But anyways, looks like they even have the individual slow down X-rays and then end him instead of end her instead of finish her. And it's previous characters that we've seen before in previous seasons. I forgot their
Lamplighter.
and the
Crimson
something.
Yeah.
He sticks up,
was pretty
all the way up her butthole through her
And
eyeball,
slams it.
and then
You know, actually, I kind of want a 7 game. I kind of want the boys game, a little fighter
Go
like that.
back
I
to
think it would work.
Mortal
A little
Kombat.
$20 game, makes fun of Mortal Kombat, or takes Mortal Kombat to the extreme, where the more extreme.
Injustice 2 is kind of the.
So then we get some more internal stuff in Homelander's mind. He's just trying to keep things together. He's just really annoyed. He's losing it. He's got more gray hairs. He's like storing all of his gray hairs in a jar. His pubes.
He's a weird guy.
He's a weird guy.
Fucking weird.
Yeah. And this is where we fully understand that Noir is not a noir. He's just Black Noir. He's an actor. And Sage gets instructed to be the CEO, and Ashley is now a figurehead. So we get a subplot with Ashley, and she's like super frustrated. And I don't know, she has some guy. She crushes some guy's balls.
Tucker Carlson. That's Tucker Carlson. She has him over to smash his balls.
Oh, that is the guy. Yeah. Okay. And so after that, Ryan visits Butcher. Now, this was the scene Joe was talking about with Negan, who is like, look, why, you know, you're having trouble with your team, but, like, we're out there. We cannot let these superheroes kill us, so we've got to come up with plans. We need to train your son. He wants to take his son and train him to fight Homelander. Butcher doesn't like the idea. He doesn't want to, like, have his son go up against Homelander, but begrudgingly, it's like this is the best option they have. So he has some cookies in a jar. I guess it's supposed to knock out his son. He offers his son some cookies. Son doesn't take it. But they actually get some quality time together, and it's a good scene, and it is definitely helping bring Ryan over to Butcher's, side, showing compassion for, humans, and
Accidentally killing someone.
Yeah, he's telling his it's like, well, Homelander says I shouldn't care, but I do, and they bond.
Over some foosball.
Foosball, yeah. So then Frenchie and Kiko go on a mission while he's high, and we get rubber duckies coming out of a guy's neck and bubbles all over the place. I'm like, hey, Fred, what are you doing?
Yeah,
Frenchie?
Kamiko's like, what do you like? Before he enters, he sees the light, and he's like, all right, well, this is gonna be kind of weird. And I already didn't really care about this. I was like focused about something else, but
100%.
she's like, all right, well, that happened to her in her past, so we have to go more in depth with this. So she goes over there and starts killing the kid traffickers or whatever. Then she runs into, I guess it's her sister,
her former cellmate or something, like someone that she used to fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the show's not treating this, like it's not setting it up super well, and so they're not treating it as important, so I don't feel it's important. So if it's like, if I don't feel it's important, then you're not, I feel like you're wasting my fucking time.
Yeah, it is wasting our time, the Kamiko stuff. It's cool fight scene, but
I like the
when it doesn't really have the impact of us caring about it, it just has to.
Yeah, like, oh, cool fight, but move on.
And then Homelander eye lasers an employee because they found the leak. He's like, don't worry. And Sage is like, don't worry, you're safe. Can you promise her you're safe? And he's like, yes, I super promise. And the second she says, okay, it's a like fucking kills her. And Sage is like, don't you think she might have had something, important to say, or would have revealed something else? And he's like you said, I'm petty.
Yeah.
So
the leak is plugged. There you go.
he is being unrestricted, and when he's unrestricted, he is his own greatest enemy as well. Okay. And then we finally figure out why the fuck Firecracker hates Starlight so much. And I'm like, previously I didn't care, but now I care. I was like, thought this was a well done scene. It shows Starlight has some fucking dirt in her past. She was on the pageant circuit, and when Firecracker used to be called Sparkler, and
she spread a rumor that the judges were pedophiles and had raped a contestant, and the contestant had a willing anal gangbang. Is actually what happened in the scene. So it's like, that's not just a little bit fucked up. It's like, yes, you're slandering another girl that's in the thing. It's like, she spread this rumor that all of these, like, I'm assuming male judges are pedophiles.
Starlight was a mean girl bitch, bully the Firecracker at the highest order, and then she tries to, I'm sorry, my mom taught me to be ruthless, and, and Firecracker is just talking right past that because she's in a moment,
Yeah, because she went over there, he's like, I went to go confront you about it, and you told me.
What did you tell me?
Don't talk to trash.
Don't talk to fucking fat sluts and shit.
Yeah.
She's just a piece of shit. And she's like, I'm not that person anymore. And she's like, well, I think you are. I still think you are, and I'm going to let everybody else, and the way I see you is how everybody else is going to see you. I was like, boom! I was like, oh, shit! So that is somewhat compelling, as opposed to all this other stuff that's going on. Huey hasn't really done anything this whole fucking premiere and debut. He hasn't done shit.
He crawled through some...
Now he does.
Yeah, he
so
crawled
this is the one time.
He's in an ice hockey rink, but for whatever reason, the AC vents are hot. But they keep ice rinks.
Balls
They keep ice, well, because they need sweat later in the scene. But I've spent a lot of time in hockey. It's like,
it actually makes sense because if the fucking ice is cold, you'd have to pump in some hot air to keep it.
They keep the AC. They keep it cold in there.
Yeah. Well, we have Vault on Ice, and so you have like this Queen Maeve with
Happy
her ice
holidays.
skates.
Don't
Happy
you mean
holidays.
Merry
You
Christmas?
fuckers, and then they're talking about Jesus and Christmas and the war on Christmas and all this other stuff that
I was like, damn,
it's talked about on Fox News. and stuff
I need
like
to be a victim today. How am I going to do it? I know. Starbucks employees.
Yeah, and so he's crawling in the fucking vents, and it turns out a bunch of people showed up who weren't expected to be there. Vicky wasn't supposed to be there. The Homelander wasn't supposed to be there. Even Sage is there. And they're all talking amongst each other about these plans of what they're going to do and taking over the government once the president people have you be the president? Why do you want to be the president? Is it because of your past and this and that? And all the other talking, Huey is trying to stay quiet because, you know, by the way, multiple times, a lot of this doesn't work. You have to suspend your disbelief because Homelander, the second Homelander shows up, he already knows that they're all there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If that, the superhero, because we've seen that before, but apparently
in the previous scene too, he's like, well, I could sense your heart rate is like going crazy.
Right.
So he would have sensed.
But
he's
I guess
just
he has
right
to
there.
focus,
He's
and
right
he
there.
just- right. But it falls, and a piece of sweat slams onto his little eagle, and then he immediately
He
reacts.
smells it. He's like,
later.
your Campbell's here.
And so he's running, and again, I have to suspend my disbelief, and I will. Homelander stays there, and he's just looking to laser instead of going over there and killing him. But he has a real risk of dying, but A Train, last minute, shows up, saves him. Because without that, he probably would have got him.
But we had a chaotic scene on the rink, though.
Yeah, what happened?
He's trying to laser him, and then MM shines some bright lights in his face, and then kills the May ice
Her
figure skater.
falls apart, and her guts are fucking
And
sliding
chaos
on the ice.
ensues, where everyone's trying to run off the ice.
Way over the top.
It was. People
So
like
I understand
slicing
the first
their
one,
fingers
slicing
off.
the fingers off. I'm like, oh, okay. But then, you know, as people are leaping up over, it's like they're purposely throwing
It's
their
like,
leg
here's
out.
here's my foot.
Perfectly cuts another guy's, you know, like, all right.
I was like, all right,
I think
come
when
on,
you're
it's a
doing
little-
it, boys, you feel like you need to always do the gore anytime something like this happens.
Yeah.
So it goes a little over the top. Not saying we don't like it. We do like it. It made us laugh.
I'll allow it.
Yes, it's like it was over the top, but
What I don't
liked it.
really allow is Huey going and talking to his mom and all this stuff. It slows it down quite a bit. He asks his mom why, and then she says that she was depressed.
Postpartum depression.
And she tried to kill herself on a bunch of pills, but failed. And then that day she left, which was the day that, you know, she took
promised her.
Anyways, Butcher did not give his son the cookie, and Negan's really mad. So why'd you do that? It would have knocked him out. And well, you know, Jesus Christ, Joe, he's 12 years old. And the guy's like, yeah, but like he's our only hope. We either train him or we figure out how to kill him because he's gonna take after his father. You have to wake up and understand like what's going on here. And so
Yeah, you don't have that much time, so
you don't have time. Exactly. And then we get the most confusing scene, hilarious scene. I thought it was an advertisement for Outback. I'm like, I wonder how much money Outback gets spent. But no, I don't think so. I guess this is just an implication that all stupid people watch TV and eat blooming onions.
it was
What
it
happens
was
here, Joe?
reality show. Like it's obviously out of her character. She's like slunched over watching some reality show, like women bickering about something. She's just like eating some Outback steak or Outback
Bloomin' onion.
blooming onions, and the Deep walks in. He's like, I got a bone to pick with you. That's my job, and this and that. He's like, oh, is that the Outback?
Because he's dumb too. And then she's
like, yeah,
like,
help
it's
yourself.
really, really good. She's, oh, it's so good. And she's like, you know, do you want to watch Terminator 2 or no, not Terminator, Transformers 2 with this and that? He's like, what?
With the
what
racist Transformers.
Yeah.
It's like, Shia LaBeouf wanted me to be in
Honey Boy 2.
2, but the script isn't there. And they start kind of bonding.
He's like, I thought you were a bitch, but now I think you're cool. And she's like, you're hot. And then they start to make out.
Then it pans down. You see, like...
What is that?
I
Is
honestly
she
think-
lobotomized?
Yes, that's what I think, too. That the fucking...
But we were setting up such a good thing
That's
here.
what I was thinking.
Who
as well. It's like-
lobotomized her?
She did probably herself.
Why?
So now she can't stop her own plan. Her plan is done. She did everything that she wanted to do.
Why was she gonna stop her own plan?
Well, now she can't be. She cannot. Like, even if Homelander's like, I'm gonna laser you if you don't stop this. There's nothing.
But she has no. Oh, you're saying she has another plan that's her own that has nothing to do with what Homelander wants.
Oh yeah,
her to
I think that she wanted to do her own thing on
Okay.
top of his thing, and then now she's set everything up, and now it can't be stopped, and
Right.
because she's not even. There's no way.
She's not
to-
even able to.
Yeah.
Because she lobotomized herself. That's super intriguing. So right at the end, the episode goes back up for me, but it's only on the potential
And that's a
of what's
that's a
happening.
maybe. Like, I'm just guessing because
Yeah, it
that would
could
be
also
cool.
be that Homelander's just fucking sick of her shit, and
And
he
he's-
came in and lobotomized her and left.
Because he was already.
What else could it be?
That's what those.
Maybe
Temporary
that's how
thing, too.
she.
Remember, Joe, there's only 2 options.
Maybe she doesn't like being smart all the time, and so she'll do it herself, and she can somehow reverse it because she's so smart.
Inhibitor chip or something that she puts in there so that she can enjoy the movies that he likes to watch.
Easy.
Wow!
Look,
Final rating.
you watch Squatch, all right?
Final rating.
6 for me. Well, I'll give you a chance to think. I think that there were too many things in here where it's like, this is stupid. What are you doing? Specifically, the president scene. Like, him knowing that she's going to kill him and then him stoking the flames and pretty much forcing her hand to kill him faster is just idiocy. And so it feels like we're going on too many side missions here. And we had done it a lot before, but this is the point where it's like, this is the 3rd episode in a row where I don't care about the side missions. And so my patience was wearing thin, and so this is the one where it drops.
Yeah.
I actually may go 5 out of 10 here. There were some parts I really did like, but I think, I think for the boys, if we're doing the boy scale like you mentioned, I think this is average. At 5, fuck it.
Boy scale.
Yeah, this is like I said before. The 3rd episode really dropped it for me because I didn't care about the Frenchie stuff or the Kimiko, their side plot, the Huey stuff. So I'm gonna go with the 6. It was still good, like when we don't focus on that, but they should have cut out.
Yeah, that is also where I'm at. I'm at this 6, and really the only reason why is because the last scene there, the intrigue between Firecracker and Starlight and
the A-Train
kind of helping Huey at the end, but Huey's having nothing to do. This fucking, you know, all the rest of this, the subplots that are taking up time and not really working. But it was good. I could see between 6 and 7, but I am going to go with a 6 on this one. And I hope that it goes up from here. And honestly, the final scene, so after that, they set up Homelander is kind of losing it again, and he's losing patience with his son, throws something at a mirror, and then they start talking to, he starts talking to himself. So different fragments of his mind is saying, you know, quit being a bitch. We need to finally get rid of all this, your need to be loved. And so we need you to go back home. And they show like literally his home, which is a fucking science experiment lab with, you know, big metal red door. So maybe we'll get some good stuff there as we come up, and we're trying to figure out what the hell happened to Sage and who is the big villain and how are they gonna die. You know how like Stormlord or whatever her name was, Stormfront last time. What's it gonna be for this particular season?
Yeah, because we still got to wrap up Frenchie and Colin, and then Kimiko and her friend or whatever.
Huey's dad, his mom,
dad, stuff.
Firecracker.
So it's still gonna kind of linger.
Still gonna have all that stuff, which may get like, whereas all the previous boys have been 9s and 10s, this one might be a 6 or 7. Who knows? But if it ramps up there hardcore towards the end, it still has the potential. But it's sagging just a little bit. Yeah. All right, guys, what do you think? Do you agree? Disagree? Do you think this is the best one so far, or do you agree with us? So leave your comments down below, and we'll see you on the next Angry Joe Show. Bye, guys.
Anyway, I was going to watch this. I thought it'd be interesting. World of Warcraft addiction ruined my life. Uh-oh. That used to be me, by the way, except this was a warrior with Season 4 gear, and I only had one of these.
So here is how World of Warcraft ruined my life, right? I was heavily addicted to this game. Like, very deep, right? Since I was a child, right? And I'm talking up until recently, I've blown off job opportunities, right? It's ruined the relationship with close loved ones and family members and friends. I basically infected my mind with it, right? It infected my mind and my brain. And it ruined aspects of my life, like, quite literally, right? It's not a joke. And if you know, you know, because you can get very deep into this game. But for those of you that don't know, World of Warcraft is a massively multiplayer...
Is the audio better now? It's too loud? Okay.
...online role-playing game, an MMORPG. It's basically a massive world. There's people in the world like you are, like characters that you can interact with.
Is that better?
You basically
The reason why I had to change it is because the audio is coming out too much of this ear, and so I tried to rebalance it, which changed the volume of the video naturally. Sorry about that.
Out at the lowest level, you do quests, kill monsters and bosses, get experience, eventually level up, get the best gear you can on, you know, during leveling up, hit max level eventually, if you do. It's a giant journey. It's an experience. Once you hit max level, it's a whole different game, you know? You experience raids, dungeons, etc., etc.
Yeah, sure.
So, briefly put, you know, I was heavily addicted right off rip, right?
There you go.
And I started playing...
Smart.
During the first expansion, so at the tail end of it. So around 05 is when I first started playing the game. I knew nothing that was going on. I knew nothing about the complexities of the game, complexities of the characters, each race, talent specializations. All of this, I didn't care. It didn't matter. I was just in ecstasy, instantly. Was the most immersive experience I've ever experienced, rather, in a video game. The world.
That was the way I felt, bro. Like, whenever I first started playing WoW, like, I remember I was in Tirisfal Glades, because my first ever character was an undead. Dude, I loved it. I had so much fun playing the game. And this is in, like, 2006, too. Never experienced that time again? No, no way. Yeah, it's just, it was so special for, like, its time.
Massive. Just the music and the feel, and I can almost envision it now, right? It's implanted and imprinted in my brain. But, there was nothing I've ever experienced like it, right? So right off after downloading the discs, right? Because this is back when there was a physical copy of the game and there's discs.
All five of them.
I was immediately addicted, right? Even one of my older siblings, who was 6 years older than me, he was addicted off rip too.
Fuck yeah.
And it's funny because the game was for me. For Christmas, I got it.
Yep.
And didn't even want it too, which is the craziest part. I didn't even ask for it, and someone just got me it, right?
Nice.
But I was very, very, very addicted. I'm talking already at that age, which is I'm in middle school, 8th grade probably. I'm already sneaking out of my room late night to play it, right? Because...
See, like, that's crazy what happened. Because, like, for me, bro, like, I was playing a lot. And I remember, like... So, I had played, like, Warcraft 3 online before then. So, like, my mom kind of understood, like, how I can't pause the internet game. Because, like, she understood tech kind of well. But then she would still be like, wait, you can't pause this game, why not? Because it didn't look like I was playing against anybody else, so like it didn't make sense. So I explained it to her, and she's like, damn, that's crazy. She's like, that's crazy, why don't you go to bed? Why don't you stop playing this game? I said, I'll tell you what else is crazy. You can make a character and you can play the game too. She said, really? I said, yep. And then so I got her on the game. Bro, she had over 300 days / played in vanilla WoW. She was going to work. She playing that game 10 hours a day. She played it more than me. Like, her / played was like 40% higher than mine. Like, she had more / played than me for like an entire expansion. After she stopped playing.
At that point, I'm already playing so many hours that there's restrictions on the computer. Like, you can't sit here for, 14 hours.
No, like, my mom, like, back in the day, like, it went so hard that my mom paid for half of my epic flying mount, all of Zach's epic flying mount, I think also Cody's epic flying mount, and even helped Jeff pay for his epic flying mount in Burning Crusade. And she's like, and for her, it was like just her taking, $20 out of her wallet. Like, okay, here you go. It was nothing.
Play. So I'm already basically going... sneaking out of my room and just committing straight up addict behavior already.
Yep.
And I'm young, right? And this is right off rip, man. And I'm sneaking out, having full blown highs, adrenaline, not only from the game, but you know, dodging people that are coming around the corner. I'm, you know, powering the computer down, acting like I'm not playing, and crazy stuff, right? And I basically had no idea what I was doing. The first expansion.
Yeah, I was always allowed to. She sometimes she'd come into my room. She'd be like, "Don't you think that 2 a? Don't you think you shouldn't be? Don't you think you should be sleeping? Isn't it time to quit?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah," but she's like, "All right, that's crazy. Why don't you just stop playing for now?" And I said, "Okay, fine." And like that was it, right? My parents are my dad. Honestly, like I would stay over at his house and I would play at night. Like I would just stay up for as late as I want, then I go to bed. That's what it was. Yeah, it was no big deal.
Basically, for many years, I had zero clue. And, you know, I played the second expansion, which is the Burning Crusade. Same thing. Was still very heavily addicted. Was just in bliss, though. Just sitting there. Knew nothing that was going on. I didn't experience the complexities of the end games back then. It didn't matter, right? It was the most addictive thing I've ever come in contact with, video game-wise. Still to this day. It's the only game I've gone back to many, many, many times and spent thousands of dollars on, whether it was computers, subscriptions, in-game purchases eventually, all that stuff, right? So
yeah.
Played the Burning Crusade eventually, which is like 07.
Yep.
Right?
January.
You know, 06, 07, and then eventually played the Wrath of the Lich King, which came out in 08. I had a buddy in middle school, and we used to. I remember a fond memory of us just getting laptops. I remember, you know, selling stuff on Craigslist or something to get a laptop, and then. Basically,
we were planting flowers in Zach's grandma's garden for $15, bro. Just trying to make it happen however you can.
You know, sitting in his room all summer, one summer, and just playing the game nonstop. And even his dad was like, "Are you guys gonna go outside? Like, it's a beautiful day out. Like, are you guys?" And nope. Like, we just sat there.
Yeah, like, my mom would do the same shit. Like, we'd be inside all day playing video games. She'd say, "It's a great day outside. Why don't you go outside and play?" And we go outside and play, and we beat each other up with sticks for a while. And she's like, "That's crazy. Okay, that was a bad idea. Why don't y'all just come back inside and play video games again?" Like, this is, no, bro. Because, like, we used to start trying to, like, write graffiti on, like, the fence and shit like that. I remember, bro, she came out, like, this is like she hit her enrage timer. She was so fucking furious about that. It was crazy. I said, who gives a fuck? But she didn't like it. She did not like that at all.
Played for hours and hours.
Delinquents.
And it was amazing.
Yeah, a little bit.
Back then, it was, like, truly ecstasy. When things were more simple, right?
Yeah.
Just soda, junk food, and playing World of Warcraft. You know, it was amazing.
It would be like me. Like, it would be like me here. Like, Zach would be right there. And then, like, Jeff would be right there. And then Dylan would be behind me, or Austin would be behind me. And, like, we'd all be in, like, the same room. And, like, that room would be, like, 90 degrees. My mom would order us, like, Papa John's every once in a while whenever she had money for it. And we would watch, like, Clerks 1 and Clerks 2 and Super Troopers and Grandma's Boy. And we would play World of Warcraft. Like, and we did that for, like, 4 years.
And, yeah, I knew nothing that I was doing back then.
It was
I had
crazy.
Zero clue what was going on still.
So
I didn't
good.
experience the complexities of the end game or the real mechanics of the game. I just didn't understand. It was too complex for me. You know, played, you know, the next expansion, which is Cataclysm, for a little bit.
Yep.
Eventually played, you know, the Mists of Pandaria with a buddy I knew in real life.
Big mistake.
He was really good at player versus player, which is PvP. And I used to queue up for arenas with him. We used to, like, basically duel other people. And that was...
If somebody says you didn't know those were the best days, I did. Even then I did. I knew. I said, bro, this is peak. It's not going to get any better than this. That's why I got a video camera to record everything. Like, I have, like, hours and hours and hours of footage of, like, us back whenever we were kids. Because I said, there's no way, like, this shit could ever get better. I'm going to record this so I never fucking forget this. I uploaded a little bit of it on YouTube, but I've got a lot more.
Really fun.
I've uploaded probably, like, 2% of it.
Around that era,
I'm not even
so
kidding.
Very deep.
Like,
hours
and hours.
Well. I basically played on and off through all of these expansions, right? And... there was multiple times where I was even playing by myself. Like, the people I knew stopped playing, which is the best part. It's the people that you know in real life that you play with. It's the best. But when you're playing solo, it's just a different experience. Especially if you're alone in the game. That's just sad. If you don't even have a guild, which is like a clan. If you're just playing alone, it's like, dude, I mean, you can enjoy it. None of it's wrong or right. It is what it is, right? But played on and off for many, many, many years, and you know, the game eventually turned out to be not that interesting.
The truth is, like, for the whole time that I played WoW, I was always mainly a solo player. I always looked at it as like me against the rest of the server. And then I finally joined a guild that I felt like it was me and this guild against the rest of the server. And I was so happy, bro. Like, I was, dude, every day we would be in Discord. Nah. Every day we would be in Vent, like 12 hours
Hickory.
a day.
Welcome
like,
to my channel.
Talking every other
Lurking.
guild,
Hello.
doing battlegrounds, doing other shit. Yeah, that's what it was all about, man.
When I've
retail
enriched
version
enough
of
to
the game.
make
So the
more...
retail, so there's multiple
can we skip
timelines
this?
of the game, if that makes any sense. So
It
there's
doesn't.
like the original timeline,
It doesn't
which is
make any
retail,
sense.
which started all the way from the beginning, like I just mentioned, the original expansions, all the way many, 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 many years up until right now, and it's still going. So there's that timeline, and then they, you know, created something called
Yeah, makes
World
zero
of Warcraft
sense.
Classic.
Yeah, see,
Which is where they recreated the old expansions that everybody loved because they were more difficult and they were more true to the core of the game. They were more true to the essence of the game. And that's how I got reeled back in.
More difficult.
Deep.
Yeah.
And so there's the classic timeline, and then there was something called like Season of Mastery, which was like a season. After a certain season, the server shut down.
Leveling was way harder in Classic, to be fair. Like, leveling was way, way, way harder.
And then they made something called the World of Warcraft Hardcore, which was ridiculous. Like, you had one life the entire time, which is actually insane. Like, they just find ways to pull you deeper and deeper, basically. And then they even made a newer timeline called World of Warcraft.
Well, I don't like that language, like, the ways to pull you deeper. Like, at the end of the day, like, the game is,
Neurotic official. Welcome to my channel.
It's a good game. And, like, if you're getting pulled into it and like they are doing this to you, like maybe you need to have.
Barış jedan meče, mislim.
JASA posla. Most Dovlogen.
Nemoj, idi u krevet, veruj mi. Ako si istreće, nemoj. Ne.
Spaveo Sam Na poslu.
Neka.
HHH.
Ne. Znam, bio sam ja portir neko vreme. Hvala. Kratko vreme. Ne znam koji je kurac. Pitam se da li mogu da uradim neki challenge iz PvP-a. Ovi su odvratni. Imam još jedan challenge. Whatever.
Yes.
Insistiram da ideš u krevet.
Pa spavao sam, brate, od... Drugar mi je dao neke kapi, on uzima od neke žene što je pravio od čajeva i nekih biljaka. I onda kao bočica, ona za... kao kapi za nos i juči, tako izgleda, znaš. Kad on staviš 3-4 kapi u 2 deci vode ili čaj i sok, šta već. Matori, ja popio. Nije prošlo 5 minuta, raspod seća, navio sam sat je vuc. Sam spao, brate, ono, jedno, 6 sati je, brate, 6,5 sigurno. Onda ne spam preko dana. Malo konjem tu, ali... Znaš, sam sjebao ruku u pičku, zapalio tetive, stegnuo sam, pa stavljam fastnu gel, poslije ću do apoteke da uzem elastični zavojan da stavim, znaš. To i da uzem one male kese, one što se pune vodom, pa se pravi led kao blogi, on. Drži malo. Ja sam pređen na drugi posao, ali sam sjebao ruku. Treba sa drugarom da krenem, ono, molera i to, da mu pomažem. Pa to veće su mi pare i lakše mi, znaš, da budem noću tamo. Ovo je smrt jebote.
Ako radiš samo noćnu smenu, pretpostavljam da je sjebano.
Kako nije? Ljudi to ne shvate, kao ne radiš ništa, pa reko sve i ti kući, brate, pitaću te posle 3 dana. Kako se osjećaš? Aha, ti si otključao ovu 4. nedelju, ja nisam, ja sam ove 3.
Pa ja sam ti ovako da kažem nenormalno.
Ja radim šrederovanje. Shredder. Complete. Yes. Join. Yes. Samo da zamenim pušku ja. Znači, rešio sam onu sva 545. Gear. Sva. Gunsmith, čekaj da vidim Camus. Znači, 5 mi je rešio.
Ne znam da li da uzmemo ovaj sigil ako hoćeš na kraju meča da odemo. Na one nivoje da imaš teže protivnike. Vidjet ćemo.
Ček samo da zamenim pušku, idem redom sad ove R. Ja to nisam nešto ne radio, da ti kažem. Change.
Ja sam ovo radio i ovo sam radio. I fali mi, znači plave, bele, naranđastih mi fali 600 pojena i radio sam kompletno.
Stavio sam ovo i koliko imam na SMG u pičku, mati. Pa nisam SMG završio. Nek stoji, aj nema veze, samo da ubacim. Aj jebote, nisam vidio equipmenta. Dobro, treba mi decoy. Treba mi permit. I sad šta da nosim? Kristala, ključe, perkove možda. Speed kola. Onda stamina. Onda što ću ovako, sve što može. Sinoć bilo 25 godina, Counter Strike najavili su update veliki, ali ništa, možda kasne nešto, ali bit će sigurno. Operacija nova i to. On je ušao na Twitter, ono, znači oni su doktori trolanja, oni iz Valve. On masa čeka budna update. Najbolji su čekam.
Za šta update?
U Counter. Znate, bit će neće pobeći, vrat, kad ustaneš, ako je bio, vidjet ćeš je, vrat. Možda jedan onaj zlatni kristal. Jedan...
Hoćeš, ono, to za tvoj isporuč.
Ma šta će s njima, vrat? 2 ključa ljubičasta, može. Počnem, klimo da palim, toliko je toplo da, brate, ne možeš se izdržati. bio ti spreman, ajde. Jeba ga. Koji si me imbecil, ja sam sebe mutirao. Te od tebe, pošto ti čujem duplo u igri, znaš.
Naravno.
Mutiram sebe.
Sve je red.
Vratno držiš na pušu toka, a? Ili na voice?
Na voice. Kad počnu da me nerviraju ovi sa joysticima, onda sam se mutiram. Full iz voice chat.
I šta sad ovo traje dok se ne završi 6. sezona i onda ide opet beta za Black Ops 28. avgust, to sam vidio na netu. Pa imaš ono, pa prebacuje se kompletno. Da, i bit će novi zombi, šta su mi dali pare sad za ovo, neće se update-ovati, šta? Kakvi su to, brate, ono, neću više kupujem, boli me kurac. Ja sam uzimao to što igram i kampanje, pa pijan sva 3 dela. Da opet radim jedno isto nam život, stvarno.
Inače, ako instaliraš Black Ops 6 sa svim ovim glupostima, to ti je oko 300 gigabita, mislim, zauzima.
Ma idi brzo, nisu normalni, to spajanje njihovo.
Pa zato što su nadogradili sve na onaj Modern Warfare 2019 ili koji je već onaj.
Znam, onaj prvi, da.
Jeste. I onda su sve teksture i modele i karaktere i mape, sve su bundlovali u gomilu, znaš. I onda igrao ti Warzone ili Modern Warfare 2, onaj DMZ, ili multiplayer u Modern Warfare 3, ili zombie mod u Modern Warfare 3, ili Black Ops 6.
Sve to okej, brate, ali će se to prenositi kao sa 2 na 3, tamo na Black Ops ili neće.
Te skinove koje smo otličali u DMZ, u Modern Warfare 2, možda koristiš Modern Warfare 3. Ako si kupio Black Ops 6, možda koristiš onaj Woodsov skin jebeni u igri.
Sad ne znam, jel može. Pa nešto su pominjali, šta će se prenositi, šta ne. Pa da mislim doći se kao i do sada.
Bio bi glupa ideja da razumeš sva ova oružja što si ima u Modern Warfare 2 i Modern Warfare 3, da sad kažu, ne, sad ćemo kao da napravimo nove puške. Ma jok, nema potrebe za tim, čemu razumeš?
Pa bit će novih pušaka, samo da se ovo sve prenosi.
A to ti kažem, zašto da praviš nova oružja kad već imaš gomilu pa već sad imaš, mislim imaš 100-tinak pušaka, pištolja, mačeta, raketnih lancera, gluposti, 100-tinak ih ima. Da ubaciš 30-40 komada, to je više nego bilo koji šuter, razumeš. PUBG nema toliko oružja.
Ja mislim Call of Duty najviše ima. Što ovo tiče?
Pa ima kad su ubacivali samo non stop, razumeš, ono, malo po malo i...
Ajmo Roška, idemo.
Još doće da plate licencu.
Ma mislim da mi obresu oružicu, ja bi obresu igru, brat. Mam kim sakam, brat.
Ne znam kako tad izgleda taj skin, ali postane da izgleda animirano. Strange.
Popijem sve, ja.
Narkotik. Ovdje film. To ti inače mod za ovo. Vik 4. Ili koji je ovo? Vik 5.
4.
To ti je mod za ovu pušku, ali još ga nisam otičao, zato što su naporni jako njihovi ti requirements. Koji mi trebaju?
Ajmo... Pokupio sam mesa za kera, za kucu.
Marš!
I'll take that. Disregard that.
Idi na kuciš.
I'll disregard that. Joj, kako mi je živca još ti skače,
Znači
a?
5 puta, pa to zato što ne...
Hold the vehicle. Ne znam, evo i još jedno meso imam 2 već.
No, ajmo... A vredi kjera nabaviti, ajmo.
Dobar je, žole, isplati se.
I ja kad nemaš više medkitova, prošli put sam kupio 4 medkita zato što mi igra zalaguje i udara me 3 puta pre nego što stignem da ubacim ploču u jebeni oklop. Evo ga onaj Topol, jel' tako? Ruski onaj sistem raketni. Vidiš iza nas. Ili kako ga vi zove testerice, jel? Nemam pojma. Viš ovo na kamionu.
Jes,
Ima
jes.
4 interkontinentalna projektila.
Jest.
Hoće se to početi se luta, možda gazi s pola sveta na pola sveta.
A mi se još 400 je 500 tek.
A da, ali to je glupost. To košta Boga od sada, znaš. Jedno ko ćeš treći svetski rat da gledaš, pošalješ nekoj državi. Da se parkiramo ovdje.
Hvala sam.
Dr. Barrera is marking the last known position of his team on your map. Head there, look for survivors.
Malo pred sam pokušavao jedno 30 minuta da nakupim te eksploziv killove, gledam. Računa mi samo kad metak pogodi zombi kao rasprsne ga. Sa određenom municijom.
Manje to je...
Ma nema šanse, nisam ga uradio.
Disregard that. Hypersonic frequencies that will shake these crystals apart. Sorry to cut you off, Barrera. Strike team, you have hostiles inbound.
Gdje stati u pičku, ovdje gore?
Constant glitch, eh? Okay. Sure. You do you. Fuck up season, I guess. I said good job with tombstone glitch. I don't judge. Može staneš dođe. Okay. Ljudi uzmu i ubiju se na kraju meča. Pa sljedeći meč krene sa, ne znam, 100.000 one valute u igri. I onda kupi pancir, upgrade, oružje. Sve što ti treba.
Da ne bi grindali para,
Što da grinda? Onda kad uzme s tih 100.000 i kad kupi pancir, gas, masku, sve kupi. Upgrade, oružje. I onda odi u zonu 3. Onda odi u zonu 3 i onda tamo radi one zadatke. Onda opet skupi pare. Kad kaj sljedeći meča opet su ubiti. To mi je malo ono debilno. Mislim, kapiram zašto rade ljudi brzi da skupi pare.
Extract point marked.
Spomenut će ovo ići, ne? Nije biti murski pas. Jedan noć, jedan dan, neki murski pas.
Be on your own in there, Strike. Lock and load, watch your corners, and extract it tag.
Mogu da se pozoveš jednu toru ovdje da ih posložimo.
Strike team, Fang's hero will loiter in the area. Don't take any chances. Get in, get it done, and get out.
Ako hoćeš da završiš ovaj challenge za ovaj skin, mislim da je za FAMAS, možeš sad to da radiš.
Stavio sam onaj dos sakao za... Idemo redom, te automatske puške.
Ne to. Imaš onaj World Ender kao event. Da skupljaš ove glupe projekte.
Koliko mi pali?
Pa ja sam gledao. Meni fali narandasti. Evo ove. Toga mi fali. Sve ostalo ima. Možda skupljaš sve ostale koje ćeš.
Tri mesa imam.
Meso ispada kad ih ideš eksplodim, ja.
Da, imam ono vatru.
Pa ja mislim više da ove granate prave. Ajmo daći. Gde je ono govno od onoga... već su gubili. Ništa od toga. Plan propao. Šta god.
Contract marked.
I'm up for it.
Stani malo.
Moving here.
Jao, zadnja desna, možeš. Hvala. Ili ja ili ti, neko je kolateralnom štetom rastorio.
Sve je to okej što oni rade to svake godine, ali stavi neku normalnu cenu, evo 30 evra, 35, razumeš? A ne 70, 80 evra, 100 evra, Vault Edition,
To su sad nove normalne cene, znaš. Onda kad ih pitaš čemu to, da nije malo. Pa znaš, COVID, ljudi rade od kuće, ovo, ono, cena struje, goriva, rat u Ukrajini, znaš, ono, korona, nisam već rekao korona, nisam. Tako ti neki glupi, izmišljotina, neki razlozi. Samo da pravljaju svoju glupost. Ako ćeš da me sačekaš kod sefa,
Yes.
sef će ti biti u garaži. Živ je nazad. A ti imaš neku alergiju ili?
Nije od klime, brate mi se. Onda ne volim da palim, a toplo moram. Kad igram. Onda malo upalim pa ugasim.
Intel suggests there's a mother load of terminus weapons in your AO. I want them added to our stockpile.
We'll hunker down to hold that cash. Ready up for a gunfight.
Pa preporučujem ti da izađeš
Heads
napolje.
up, Deadbolt. You've got shamblers inbound your position.
Gdje ide? Ove mi ne trebaju.
Sad gledaj šta ću da uradim. Decoy. Share.
Već će dobro sve.
2 decoya sam bacio.
Imaš plavih i koje su to? Mislim da je za ovaj, kako da je weekly, taj weekly 5 koji ja radim, jedan ti je čini mi se da skupiš one male memutiće i da napraviš s njima 5 puta po 5 kilo. Ali to jedino možeš napraviti ako si u zoni 1, zato što u zoni 1 može da ih ubije. A u zoni 2 ako si...
Ma reći se, nešto multiplayer, nešto nešto. Hello?
I bet Terminus left some good kit here.
Hej drugari, kako ste stvari, više nisam onaj stari. Pip, 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 pip.
The Mercs are moving arms near you in a lone vehicle. Commandeer it.
Hoćeš ti da voziš? Da probam da ga skinem granatnim lancerom.
Get that garage opened up. Don't want to hang around.
Vozi. Ne moraš da se držiš ceste.
Samo vozam, a?
Ideš u grad, vam. Popni se na autoput pa ćeš skočiti s autoputa dole. To ti je ovako optimalna varijanta.
Ovo da je ovako.
A, vozi pravo dok ti ne kažem da iskočiš kroz bankinu desno. Ček, dođi. Još, hop, tu ne ide da skočiš, samo polako. Ovdje si ga 2-3 puta. A, puši se crveno. Da, vozi još gas.
Bravo, a?
Da. Pravo. E, tu udari desno. Samo drži desno, skoči se. Rikot sad. Razbucakis. Mi se čini da sam sam sebe rasturio najviše s granatama.
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel.
Ready?
Already passing through. Still reinforcements. Opens. Okay.
Contract marked. Reloading. Contract marked.
Znamo da se dopunim.
Nemaš. Negdje možeš lagano da skočiš kod nekih. Trebao bi da je ker ovdje negdje.
Yes.
Trebao bi, ali nije.
Dr. Barrera's field team has failed to check in. Head to their last known location and report.
Šta je to onaj BP-50, onaj Assault Rifle SMG konverzija?
Aha.
Vidim po zvuku da brzo puca, čime veći
Da,
reći.
sam bio, da.
I je vjerojatno manji kalibar metka, samo brže. Uzit ćemo bez auta, bolje da ga parkiram negdje. Samo ga preparkiram dole da imamo pola kad završimo sve.
Defend the objective.
Nastavite zamole da me čekaš ovdje napolje. Mi treba još 180 kilova, a neće da svaki put se šetam između sponova. Kad ovo startaš iskočit će napolje, a jedno milijardu zombija. A dogod si napolje. No, sačekam da se napuca ovaj progres do 50%. Kada izađe na 50%, onda ću ja izaći. Da uradimo ovaj, kako se zove, marš. Šta je čekamo ovdje? Koliko je ovdje na čošku? I mi sunce taj kerat otišao kroz teksturu u tebe. Ko što rekao ti ljubičasti, plavi, žuti. Tam je samo mali broj ovih naranđastih, ja sam završio ovo.
Ja ne znam šta mi treba.
Pa dok ti ne piše da je complete treba da iskupljaš.
Pa sve mi treba, da, piše mi sve.
Mislim, i ja mogu da iskupljam, ali ne dobijem ništa.
Bori zemlje, odvrtno. Makao, 50 stepeni jebate.
Ja sam sve pokupio. Tam nije više sve pokupio. Samo municiju. Ako nađeš one male majmunčice, znaš, to skupi i otićemo u zonu 1 da napraviš kako 5 kilo. Imam 3 majmunčice. Ja sam bio kod polu prodavnici, nisam nazvao ih naći.
Paro imamo, može.
Moguće da skaču s terase. Da vam majke. S terase preskaču s ovog toga.
Dok oni misle dolaze...
Pa dok god ne napumpaš ovo do 100%.
A da jebote, nije ni...
Zato si spomenuo, to nisam ja jedini provalio, to dosta igrati znam koji ima malo više. Ove misije ti non stop spawnuju zombije. Što se mene lično tiče, meni treba 95 kilova s ovih granatnih monsterom još. Poslije toga možemo i da završimo. Onda ti možemo skinuti onaj challenge da kažem ti 5 manje. Ima kod tebe, meni dolazi s leva i s desna ovdje na ovo vrata.
šta je ovih...
Nakupili su pun kurac na vama.
Čekaj.
Tarsai. Welcome to my channel.
Koliko imamo ovih majmunčića? Drž. Opremi ga, ali nemoj da ga koristiš još.
Tactical grenade here.
Ajde, probamo. Idemo u zonu 1 da to uradimo. Čekaj. Sad da upgradem grenade launcher bar jednom.
Pa ja...
Sam ga upgradeo, jesam kurac. Lupa igra. Roger.
Yes.
Watching the sector. Mark the target. Disregard that.
Možda imaš op neke, kupimo još nekome, moraš. Evo ga. Ima desno še.
Ne. To je zona 1, treba si zona 2.
Zona 2. Ovaj ti je bliži.
Da.
Ono je dalje.
Imaš 2 opremljena, jeli? Treba kupiš još bar 2. Bar 2, ne treba ti baš toliko. Pić, uzmi. To ti je u donjem redu, ja mislim, taj monkey.
Uzeo sam 2.
I 2 imaš opremljene, vjerovatno.
I 3 mitraljezavac.
Dosta raste. Ajde. Nije ti mitraljez baš neophodan. Možda jeste ako hoćeš da uradimo onaj Dark Hitter poslije.
Pa nek pravi XP koga je već. Šta je s parama? Moram u WC se osvijek.
Lonely Ejairl. Welcome to my channel.
Clear out that merc camp. Keep your asses intact. That's an order. Don't give them snipers a chance to perforate your dome.
Ćeš to, a?
Pa u ovoj zoni, da.
Wagner?
Lijepo je to pao, ne? Kao vreća. Bam, granatu glavu. Čekaj da nakupimo zombi stani. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Ja.
I to 5. To ti 4.
Evo ga i 5. prilazi.
Jako se dovuče. Ajde. Nemam pojma.
Treba nam decoy da se baci.
Ma to radi kao decoy, nego ih nije bilo. Zato nećeš da pucaš dok ne nakupiš koliko imaš. Evo ti vam. 1, 2, 3. Polako.
Evo, nek ima. Evo, Gledać.
Baci ovdje. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ok, evo ti moj. Drži on. To je 5.
Još jedan. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Nemoj kjera, samo skupiš. To će biti rizično. Evo ti ga 5. Baci sad. To je 2. To je 2 challenge. Koliko imaš ti još ti majmuna?
Imam još jedan. 2.
Dobro, ajde vidim.
Reloading.
Evo ti 1 zombi, 2, 3. Dođite kod Joe.
Affirmative. Disregard that.
Strike team. Locate and recover Dr. Jansen. No diversions. Coming up in your AO. Stand by for pickup.
Bacimo ovdje.
Ovdje. Evo nek priđu još. Evo ovdje da pojure. Gdje sad?
Pazi kjera da ne biš. Biš i pre vremena.
Koliko još treba tih?
To je 5 puta, baci sad.
Bek. Jeba vam mamu ostavili.
Moraš da otiš beka gdje ga baciš, a?
Aha. Evo bacio se. I da vamo priđu nek mi jura. Evo ovdje.
Imaš i bar još jednog toga manjka.
Imam.
Različno. I samo će ti iskočiti jer si uradio. Možeš mi iskočiti još jednom ovoga napiš.
Bonus points.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5...
Livia is lonely. Welcome to my channel.
Nije mi ono prvi put računalo, nije mi iskočilo.
Pa, jesi ih sad ubio bar 4 puta, jesi, jel tako?
Ja mislim da jesam, da.
Jesi, znači fali ti jedan.
Ma ima šop, otiću do šopa da.
Evo ga
Još
vam.
jedan ima.
Sačkat ću te.
Ima ovdje.
A, nema tu. Probaj šop. Nema 100%.
Fuck!
Sve. Ovo level 1.
Ono je dole.
Ovo ti je level 1 zona. To ti voziš, da.
Hello.
Stronghold marked.
Samo jednog majmuna sam mogu da uzem.
Imaš par.
Bye bye. Nemamo na vas.
Pa ako ureći kako treba...
Ja mislim da mi jedan treba.
Ja mislim ti jedan treba. Onaj prvi je... 4 su bila na gomili, 5 zombija prelazio i ništa. Nije prišao do nas.
Well, this is creepy. Scavenge what you can, I guess. I'd say
Baci ovdje, ono nek pogaziš. Malo razmaknem jako samo.
Nije mi skočilo.
Ti uradio onaj prethodni. Od prethodne nedelje ovaj zaradio.
Jesam, 3 mi je otkočeno. Za ovu nedelju, samo 4.
Mislim imaš za ovu nedelju...
Baci mi pare samo.
Custom weapon here.
Skočit ću ja.
Dobro.
Ne treba mi.
Locate and recover Dr. J.
Idem dole džip, samo skočim s mosta.
Coming up in your AO. Stand by for pickup.
Хорошо.
Da sam ukrao Rosima džipa, bret.
Onim plaćom.
Jes.
Are you always this foolish, or is this special occasion? Now.
Tri majmuna imam sad da ga jebeš.
This is the only stronghold out there. Stay sharp. They're all priority targets.
Ako imam minut i po, ja sam izašao dole.
Ne mogu ovdje da im bacim, a?
Pa možeš, nakupi kilove, možeš.
Aj malo na pot da idete ovdje. Ajmo. Nemoguće, ja nisam prešao, nije mi skočilo.
Yes.
To je bug neki,
Yes,
brate, nema
prešao
šanse.
si. Yes, prešao si. Znam šta treba. Prešao 100%. Dosta dobar broj ovih kaznenih bombi.
A misliš onaj Dark Eater za blueprint?
Pa ako ti fali blueprintova, ako ti ne fali sve, da dobiješ XP.
Yes, XP. Blueprint, 5 blueprints. Možda i ne mora, nije bitno šta je bilo.
Right, electronics are going absolutely mental down here.
A jel računa na zombi modu ono sa multiplayera, dobiješ vozača, ali moraš možda onog...
Kako vozača?
Vozača putnika ili to vozi Kelly, možda moraš dobiješ vojnike, one. Hello?
Hello.
Ove Ruse, mislim, ne znam kako, pošto imam nešto, to nisam uključao, znaš.
No, okej.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mislim, ove Ruse kad voze vozila, pa ih ubiješ dok su u vozilima ili helikopter, ili mora baš pravog igrača, to ne znam. Nema veze sa multiplayera neki kolik, kardo je ostalo još 3. To je to, sve sam otičao ostalo.
So what do you wanna do first? You wanna do the escort?
Yeah, then let's go first.
Okay.
Okay.
Čekaj, ti imaš one mitreze, ili tako, narotike?
Nije u 3 komada.
Staviš ih na vrh ovoga, vidjet ćeš, onoga tanka.
Da, ali nemam level 3 puške.
Nema veze, mitreze će pobio pola toga. My friend's got 3 machine guns for escort. Samo ih fina rasporediš na taj 3 komada. Ovdje nemoj ni da stojiš, ti biješ ni mogu.
Idemo na zipa gore, a?
Ne, trči odmah na tank.
Aha.
Popnij se gori, postoji. To je jedan još.
Ne znam kako, treći.
Just move.
Moraš da ga pometiš.
Da mogu da legnem. Jebe vam, mamo. Pazi, pazi.
What the fuck? Wait, he's still alive? Oh, he's still alive.
Oh.
Yeah, it's fine. I think two abominations at one point is like missing.
We can do the other things right. Chill, doctor.
The one on the top of the building.
Yep.
That train cigarette.
Moving here.
Oh la la.
Reloading. Max ammo.
On ide po Tokiju, ok, pusti ga. Yeah, we're waiting for you if you wanna take the walkie-talkie.
Yeah, I'm going.
I think we can do at least the one with the rockets. That's the... this one. That's the sam pokrive.
Easy for us.
Yeah, I got 3 customers, so... Let's go, go. Darko, and
Yes. I'm running. She's running. She's running. Idemo gore, a?
Yes.
Jebe vam, monokač. Moram skočim dole, a?
Da, ideš vamo.
Moving here.
Vidim.
Ispali pištolj kroz zid, hoćeš? Thank you. Nema šanse da se popneš gore ako te zaglavi. Trčeš u krug.
This is first time to get here.
Imam level 5 pušku sad. I sjebat ćemo, ovdje ne mogu da izaći.
My friend gets stuck.
Where?
Evo na postaju.
Right next to us.
Mogu ja da se dignem, imam
Ne,
self,
ne.
ali neću. Thank you. Sad moramo ići. Jebem ti mamu špasti, glavonja. Totac.
Nas si ostao dole?
Neću se. Samo mi Marko, ide mi zip.
Nemaš zip, možeš ući ovdje. Nema zip.
Bacio sam majmona dole.
Guys, come up here.
Yeah, I'm trying to...
Neću te, ja sam...
There is 2 mega here.
I know.
I'm coming. I'm not coming. I'm coming.
Did everybody exploded?
Dakle, nije mi se napunilo ovo.
Go. Take there.
Jedan i mamo.
Tu se uzmeš sad.
Idem sad u pičke, se vraćam kod vas.
Ne, gore. Let's go. This is super dangerous.
A jebeo mate noge izađe ovdje, debelo.
I do know objectives and like where to go, but my friend played this maybe like a couple of times.
No man.
Here, up. Coming up.
Yeah, we go all the way up. But ako možeš, pokuš skroz gore.
Ovdje?
Gore, skroz gore.
A, evo ga zip ovdje.
Okay.
Reloading.
It's kind of easy to get stuck in the fucking doorway from like front and back, like the zombies. Yeah, not if you have like a fucking
Finally.
scorcher, but you know. Okay, man. Thanks for help and you know, take care.
Yeah,
Don't mention.
Go into the light.
GG.
GG, man. Thank you.
GG.
Are you sleeping? GG.
Imaš 3 ugovora u ovoj prvoj misiji, da pratiš tank, da sabotiraš rakete i da se braniš tamo u sredini sobe. I svaki put su na istom mjestu i svaki put isto mjesto. Znaš, glupo koliko je ona predvidljiva, ali dobro, ja sam igrao ovo 100 puta, bar 100 puta. Meni je dosta da odigram Diablo malo, prema što ode na posao, meni je dosta ko ovdje ti je bez
Ma i meni. Imam još 5% pasa i to je to.
Ja imam 25%, ali to je 3/4 završeno.
Ne znam što ste tako malo dobili.
Šta XP-a? Pa nerfovi su. Vratno ljudi pregaze vidjeli su kako ljudi pregaze prethodne Battle Passove i onda su smanjili to malo.
Uć. Gdje? Prešao sam ono sa mankima, nego mi nije račun.
Ma znam, nije ti izbacio preklupa igra.
Idi igraj, ja ću isto, ne mogu. Dosta mi. Dosta ovako, pomalo je bolje. Gdje, koliko je moj kamo. Dva su rešena, jedan skoro i jedan kod dva. Idem nazad.
O, vidi ovo. Imaš 3 vrste metaka za ovo. Granata, pardon. Imaš sticky bombe, slug bombe. To nisu ni bombe, to je bukvalno metak jebeni. Imaš drill charge. Drill charge imaš novo.
Drill.
Halo?
Yes. Hello.
Ništa se ne dešava. Malo zabagao.
Hello. Hello. Ja tebe čujem. Hello. Dude, hello.
Ne zezaš ti to. Slug. Koliko ovo skida na 3 plate, pitam se. 3 komade, lupa. Jedna bi ti rebro odvalila, da te pogodi.
Yes. Me čuješ?
U igri?
Ne, na Discordu vas.
Da, čujem. Što te ne bi čuo?
Pa otko znam, ako meni govoriš, što se ne čuje, ako šta se ne čuje, sve yes. Yes. Idem da skinem sluške i dobasim klemovac. Da sam do poteke otići da vidim, da uzem elastične zavoje. Nezgodno mi i kad igram, kad civne miš naglo, znaš, zaboli me.
Kapiram.
Pa ti igraj Diablo, ja ću možda Dotu posle napravim.
Pali se, onda.
A Dotu, kad upalim, ko da nisam upalio igru, ne reaguje. Komp nije zahtevno, znaš. Ono, ne zagreva se uopšte. Kao ove igre, recimo.
Dotu, pa to je stari taj, kako zove, Valve Engine.
Ali dobro, oni su prešli na novi engine još 2015-16 kada će. Mada ne moraju ni da menjaju.
Pa jesu, nije to fundamentalno drugačije, samo ono, za moderne mašine i moderni hardware, ono, update, ono.
Ma dobro je urađeno, ne potreba ništa više sidiram. Ništa bi ga ti urljoj, pa evo da imam pomalo da... Zašto nešto pa se čujem. Ovako je bolje pomalo da se meze i to je to. Ne mogu ni ono puno, smorimo, pička, već se umori jebate. Yes. Ništa, baci Diablo pa se čujemo.
Ćao.
Bye bye.
have some accountability, right? Is like if you get super addicted to a game, sometimes it's not the game's fault.
Season of Discovery, and it's basically the old versions of the game, kind of like Classic, but like revamped.
Yeah.
Just like, dude, they pull you back in, and it's genius yet evil. Like, they know what they're doing. They find more and more ways to pull you back in, countless times, right?
Mm-hmm.
So after all those years, the nostalgic eras, and had many fond memories.
Yeah.
Eventually didn't like how the game turned out, so one day I decided, I want to play hard mode. I want to play the classic version of the game because it's a lot more hard, and it's not as easy as the game eventually turned out to be, and it's just true to the core essence of the original game. So
To be fair, a lot of people thought that whenever Hardcore came out. Or sorry, whenever Classic came out, a lot of people thought that. And I got a lot of shit for saying that too.
Experimenting with the Burning Crusade Classic, and this is the expansion I went the absolute deepest. Started off with nothing. This is one of the addicting aspects. You start off with literally zero, nothing, no gold, no currency, no nothing. And you build up this giant empire, and there's constant progression that's always happening.
Yeah, Classic
so that
WoW
dopamine
is...
and those feel-good chemicals, it's always dripping.
Yeah, keep in mind, Classic WoW is the greatest MMORPG ever made, and every expansion, including the Burning Crusade, is a massive downgrade. It's not even close.
Always see progression, so you
Just
always
the way it
feel
is.
like satisfied and feel like you've progressed.
Yeah.
Unlike any other video game, it doesn't end. Quite literally. It's not like, you beat Zelda, on Nintendo 64 and it's over and it was a great game and it's like, all right, what next? It quite literally doesn't end, and even if you get a character to max level and all the best gear and you can't do anything else, there's always going to be things that you can do, and you just make another character and do it again.
Yeah.
Right, but I started off in the Burning Crusade Classic with zero. Know nothing, knew nobody that was playing, literally nothing. Eventually was playing solo for an amount of time, eventually met this amazing group of people. It was a trio, and they eventually invited me. I would quest with them, do dungeons and all that stuff. It's a lot better to play with people. And eventually they invited me to a Discord server, if you know what that is, right? Discord is an app that you can download, and it has servers, and you join a server, and you're mic'd up, basically. So now I'm deeper. So now I go from just playing casually to, now I have a mic on, and I'm communicating.
That's crazy. It took him that long. For me, I was doing that at level 25. I remember I was joining TeamSpeak and vent servers. Me and Zach made a guild. We made our own guild at level 20 or something. Yeah, I was going in super early.
Getting to know these people's personalities. It's I'm getting deeper, right? Just burrowing deeper. Now I'm experiencing people's personalities, and I'm happy to hear from them and see them, and we're discussing real life stuff. Very deep.
Yeah.
Eventually play, for months and months with them. The synchronicity within the group was amazing, right? Eventually we joined a guild, which is like a clan, right? Eventually joined a guild that was mediocre.
Discord pulls you deeper into the game? No, it does. It does. What he's saying is true. Obviously, he's framing it in a way that might seem kind of awkward because it's oh, you're getting pulled in by Discord. What are you talking about? But, the point to where, you're downloading a second program to talk with people in the game, yeah, of course, that's a higher degree of investment. By any logical analysis, that's a higher degree of investment. How is it not?
Because at this point, this is really a couple of years ago, I actually was understanding the complexities of the game and the mechanics to everything. In my class, I used to play a rogue, right, a blood elf rogue, and that's somebody who stealths and can go invisible and has dual weapons and all that fun stuff.
I'm low
but
on spirit.
Basically,
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, so after joining a mediocre guild, we eventually found a higher tier guild, and this guild was a real deal. Was blowing our other guild out of the water. So some of the content, the end game content that we were struggling to do, barely scraping by, this guild will go in there and just mow everything down.
This is the same thing should happen to me. This is exactly what happened to me, bro. I remember, so back in my Karazhan guild, I thought that you needed warlocks to have Curse of Doom go off on Curator whenever he went in his vulnerability phase. That's how bad my guild was. That we needed 2 warlocks in order to kill Curator because we couldn't do it without that. I joined my the good guild, I asked them, I said, can we beat Karazhan without a warlock? And they didn't even know what I was talking about. They were like, wait, what do you mean? Why would we need a warlock? Well, for like, you know, curator. They're like, well, why would you need a warlock for curator? I don't get it. And like, we just went in there and killed curator before he even did the fucking face. Just killed him in like 30 seconds. And I was like, oh. Damn, so what the hell have I been doing?
Need more time.
Veterans.
Skills,
right?
yeah.
So immediately I'm deep, even more deeper. Right, so now I'm at a high end, I'm in a high-end guild. I'm like at a higher tier. I'm doing end game content, like the hardest content in the game. You know, which is like at that time like Black Temple, which is like a raid, which is like where you...
Bro, this guy's crazy. That was the first raid that I did with that guild. Like whenever they brought me into like a serious raid, Black Temple. That was just the exact same shit that happened to me.
There's 25 members of your guild that go in and take down massive bosses. It's basically like a dungeon, which would be typically 5 group members. It's like that on steroids. But we were wiping out Black Temple. We were wiping out Sunwell Plateau.
We did
really high-end stuff.
That shit was hard.
And we just, you know, I just went deeper and deeper, and eventually got all best in slot gear, like the best gear I could wear. You know,
there it is.
And this is coming from nothing, right?
Yep.
So it's like the high of it is just.
Bro, it would feel so good. I remember whenever I finally went to Black Temple, it was like I just got recruited from the NBA out of the projects. Like everybody was messaging me. They were like, "Bro, you're in Black Temple now?" I said, "Yep." Yeah, I am, bitch. Yep. Bro, it felt so good.
Like my guy came from nothing, and now I have best in slot gear, and people are just coming up to me like, "Oh my god!" Like my guy is a god in game, basically. Especially seeing members from my old guild.
Yeah.
Like they would see me and be like, "No way," because we surpassed. We just blew them out the water.
Exactly.
Now we're up here.
Same exact thing happened.
You know, but this is one of the craziest moments that I'll always remember. So basically, there's a set of weapons called the Warglaives of Azzinoth, and it is one of the most iconic weapons in the entire game history, right? And my guild went, you know, basically the whole expansion without seeing it, and by the time they dropped, which they did, nobody really wanted them because the next expansion was about to happen, so it was kind of useless. And they were given to me.
Damn.
Like the first one that ever dropped. Like people were freaking out.
That's huge.
Like, it was insane. If you know what I'm talking about, it's nuts. Like I damn near was crying. And it's interesting because one of the main reasons I was almost crying is because they were saying like I deserved it, and they were so proud of me, and that like really hit somewhere deep in me, man. Because my life was just.
Because you were a loser. That's why. Because you were a loser. And you probably had never accomplished anything in your life, and so you get the Warglaives, and it's like, well, you're not a loser now because you got the Warglaives. I mean, that's the real reason, right? Let's be real. Yeah, it's so much nostalgia, bro. This is making me like, bro.
It is done.
Man, those were the fucking days. God, those were so good.
Terrible outside the game, you know, and no one was saying that to me. But you know, the first Warglaive dropped, and it is insane. Everyone's freaking out. I damn near cried when I was given it, and it is like I'm sitting at my computer looking at my screen like, oh my god, it's a legendary weapon, which is the highest tier weapon. Like there's many tiers. Like the coloring of the letters is orange, which is like very, 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 very few weapons are legendary, and it's very hard to get them, and you're lucky if you get one.
Yeah.
So not only that,
that's the way it used to be.
I only got one. I eventually got a second one. So now I have the set, and when you have the set, there's bonuses and all kinds of attributes that you get. So I am an absolute god in game. Like people are coming.
So true. I remember I was the same way. Man.
I'm low on spirit.
Yep, it was so good. I even had spots that I would park my character and put my character in the game for like maximizing the amount of people that would inspect me. Like y'all remember back in the day whenever you would have somebody accidentally invite you to group whenever they meant to inspect you. Bro, I had that happen to me every day. Yeah, that happened to me every day, bro.
To me, like,
Yeah.
literally, like, oh my god, like bowing down, and my guy's just sitting there, just, you know, on top of the world. But funny enough, outside the game, I'm at the lowest point mentally. You know, I have no job. It's just ridiculous, right?
More time.
So,
see, like, there was some of that for me in, like, my own real life, where, like, things in my real life were, like, bad in a lot of cases, but I was always really happy because of WoW. Like, I always really enjoyed it. It was always super fun, and I was always passionate about the game. I loved it.
I must wait a moment.
you know, that high lasted so long.
Yeah.
Right? And it was, you know, unlike anything I've ever experienced, right? And
I need time to do that.
you know, it was just wild seeing, you know, how I felt and seeing the experience and all of these things. I was just so deep at this point. I'm talking like literally spending, you know, countless hours all day on the game, right? So I'm doing daily quests, which is quests that you do once a day.
Get
I'm
the
doing
25.
the max amount on multiple characters to generate gold. It's like I'm literally putting so
See,
much.
like, I stopped doing dailies. Like, at the end of Wrath, I did one GDKP, and I made more from that GDKP than I did from dailies in, like, 2 months. And I said, I'm never gonna do another daily again in my life. That was it. I said, dailies now are for slaves. They're for slaves and, like, third world losers. Like, now I'm gonna be a fucking a god, and I'm gonna do GDKPs and sell carries, and I hit the gold cap in, like, early Cataclysm. Oh man. And that was, by the way, the gold cap in Cata was 1 million. Like, because they took it from like 200 and something thousand in, like, Wrath. They put it to 1 million, bro. Whenever I had 1 million gold, oh man, that was something, bro. Like,
I must wait a moment.
Energy into this game, and it's one thing if I was a streamer, but it's like it was like my job, and I was not even employed, and or making any money from it. I could have been selling gold in game.
You should have. You should have been.
At least, but I didn't care. I cared too much about it.
Yeah.
You know, it didn't matter. And yeah, that was the height of the Burning Crusade Classic. That was when I was the absolute deepest, and there's nothing that compares to it. It was absolutely outrageous. And just a quick note, I remember, you know, I'm in Florida, and when Hurricane Ian hit, I don't know if you know about that or how destructive it was, just absolutely demolished my town.
Yeah.
And
Burning Crusade.
Basically, I remember my older brother going, "Yeah, man, so those warglaives ain't really doing nothing for you now, are they?" And this is when we
Damn,
had no
bro, that's fucked up.
I must wait a
That
moment.
is God, bro. You know why? Because he was jealous. That's the reason. He was jealous and mad that his brother had it and he didn't. He just being a rat. That's all.
Power. It's basically like a, you know, wasteland in my town. No power, no gas, no supplies.
Yeah.
We're camped out at my sister's house, you know, helping her family and helping rebuild everything. And he's just like, "Yeah, man, so those really aren't doing anything for you now." And it just made me realize, you know. But I went back to it after that.
Yeah, of course.
You know, when Wrath of the Lich King Classic came out, and the first phase in that game,
that was fun.
That expansion, that was like the second deepest I've been. But after that, I kind of slowly just stopped playing because one of my close buddies came down, moved down here. I eventually just stopped playing, by the grace of God. But eventually went back multiple times. It's absolutely absurd.
What's this game?
But,
I know I want to give it a chance.
Yeah, so I was
World
playing
of
the Wrath of the Lich King Classic as well. The first phase, Max Ramus and all that. I was very deep as well. I parsed an average.
This guy's acting like he fucked up his life. This is nothing compared to me, bro. Like, I got there was one time, so the first time that the Cobalt Primordial
Mardellis.
Firehorn went up on the
Welcome
Black
to
Market
my
auction
channel.
house, my girlfriend at the time was Pink Sparkles, had scheduled a big dinner that she was going to have with all of her friends and
Judro.
everybody, and we're going to go to the Domain, and we're going to have it at a nice Italian restaurant, and you know, I was going to have to be there, and it was going to be like her and like 10 of her other friends,
Sure.
And so then the amount comes up, and I'm like asking her, I said, so do you really need me to go to this thing, or are you good? Are you good to go, or do you need me to go, or you do?
Oh, no.
Like for like what, an hour, or like what are you thinking? Like, so do you have to? Okay, for the whole time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So then I'm at this nice dinner, right?
I cannot do that
I'm
here.
sitting there on my fucking phone. I'm sitting there trying to use the Google remote desktop to like bid on this mount on the black market while we're at dinner. And I'm sitting there doing this shit. And she's like, didn't you want to go out to some club? And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, right? I hate going to clubs. I hate going to those different places. Like any of those dancing places where they've got like really loud music and expensive drinks. I fucking hate it. But I'm like, okay, fine, I've got to go, right? So I'm sitting there, I'm on there. And, you know, and by the way, at the end of the way, we're driving home. She's fucking furious at me. She's so mad because I ruined her whole night with all of her friends. And it's like, by the way, I feel like I didn't really ruin it. Like, what? I'm looking on my phone. Like, you looking on your phone? What do you mean? Right? And then I tell her, I said, and she's like, well, did you even get it? I said, no. She's like, you fucking idiot. You piece of shit. I didn't even get the mount.
I'm not ready yet.
I remember, like, she was so pissed, bro. I think that was one of the, she broke up with me for like 2 days because of that. Why didn't you? Because it just didn't work. Like one of the interactions worked. Yeah. Broke up over a WoW mount. Yeah.
2 point something, which is basically this.
No, that's nothing, bro. I've broken up and gotten together with a girl 2 times in one day. That's my record so far. So far.
Add-ons you can get in game, and there's something called a damage meter.
During Legion.
Something that tracks your damage, and if you do the most amount of damage, you know.
I don't remember what year it is, but I remember it's during Legion.
So everyone's sweating and trying to.
Because I was talking to her whenever I was doing dailies.
Another aspect that burrows you deeper. And then there's this site called Warcraft Classic Warcraft Logs, or Warcraft Logs, depending on the version of the game. And
I must wait a moment.
It tracks your damage basically from that add-on, and it grades you. So at one point I was, you know, my best overall was like a 92 point something %.
You suck.
Which means basically in that class and specific.
You suck. You only got a 92, bro. Like if you not getting a 99 or at least like minimum 98.
I must wait a moment.
But I'll let y'all know. Like whenever I was a kid, if like in school, if I got a 91 on a test, my dad would basically consider that like a 75.
I'm not ready yet.
Like, so I just went into it. It's like, you got to go and at least get, like, I would get a 98 on a test. My dad, first thing he would say, what'd you miss?
A moment.
What'd you miss? That's it. What was it? So, yeah, back in the day, bro, I went so hard on these. Like, I would get 98s, 99. I would get 100 parses. It was a joke.
Talent structure, I was doing better than 92% of people. Like, very serious stuff. Like sweating, like heart beating, like, you know, we would meet up in the guild, and you know, you meet up certain nights, and it's like a scheduled thing. It's like I was scheduling my life around everything. You know, it's like everything was scheduled around this game, basically. You know, and I eventually went really deep, you know, in that expansion, and then eventually stopped playing.
Yeah.
Had some amazing times as well.
I must wait a moment.
And this is like really not that long ago. You know?
It's really not this big of a deal. One time I was raid leading for Heroic Lich King, and I broke my tooth, and I needed to call out different things to happen because I wanted to get the mount invincible. But whenever I would talk, the part of my tooth that was broken would stab my tongue. So I went downstairs and I took pliers, and I crushed that part of my tooth with the pliers in the bathroom during a wipe. And I came back and I raid led the fight, and we killed the boss. It's just the way it is.
Now, probably a year or two ago now.
Did you regret it? No, it was broken.
Yeah,
already.
man, and it I slowly got released.
Why would I regret it?
its grasp. And then what did I do? I got curious once again and went back to the original version of World of Warcraft Classic, which is a version that doesn't evolve into the next expansions.
Yeah.
And they just keep it pretty much always live. And I went back and played the original version of Classic, which is like the first expansion. And I leveled another road from 0 to 60 and spent way too many hours, months worth of game time. In-game time.
What's wrong with that?
/game played.
What's wrong with that?
Or /time played, and it would show you how many hours you played. And it quite literally is very depressing at points. But yeah, I'm telling you.
Why would you be depressed?
Off job opportunities.
I did that. I remember one time I failed a job application. Like, I failed it so like, I've never failed at anything more than this job application. So, like, it was for a web hosting company. And they had me study some stuff, and then they asked me all questions that weren't on the thing that I was supposed to study. Because I memorized everything, right? And then they asked me questions that weren't even on that. I said, okay, right? And I remember at the end of it, I didn't know how to open the door to leave the job interview. And I realized, like, the guy had to open it for me because I couldn't figure it out.
I must wait a moment.
And I had woke up early, and I thought to myself, wow, like, I am the biggest loser piece of shit that I've ever been in my entire life. Like, I'm just the worst person ever. And then I remember, like, you know what day that was? That was September 25th, 2012, that I had that job interview. How do I know that? Because that's the day that Mists of Pandaria came out. So I realized that, like, I just failed a job interview on the day that an expansion came out. I'm actually a winner right now. I'm a winner. And I played the fuck out of that expansion, bro. I almost got server first. It was a good time.
Situations with loved ones and friends and family members, and so deep. And what has basically helped me quit video games in general, and that game as well, is time management. Once I realized how many months worth of time, years worth even at this point, hours and hours I put into the game, I could have been, a master engineer or something in real life. I would have put more time into anything else.
That's true.
Like, that's how I view video games now, and a lot of things of that nature. Is this helping me? Am I progressing in any way? Or is it going to be useless?
I put 35,000 hours into WoW. I played it a lot. Could have done both. Yeah, I mean, I just, I was going to college and I was even working at the IRS too, and playing WoW all the time, ninja loot and shit. Like, I was doing all three. Oh, work on the weekends, go to school during the weeks, and then raid every day.
That game is way too addicting. Way too addicting. And I would advise anybody to essentially, especially if they're at a point where they're not really in the greatest place, to not experiment with this game, because it is.
No, I think that anybody so the problem is always that, like, you can have this problem with anything in life, is that you can get as addicted or you can get as emotionally invested into anything. And I think the problem is that people that view the issue, see, like, he's close, right? I think he's close to enlightenment. But whenever he gets there, he's going to realize that it was never WoW ever that caused the problem. It was always him. He caused the problem. He did it to himself, and he enjoyed doing it. So you have to reconcile that with the fact that it's you are the master of your own destiny. Like, you can go and get it. This is going to sound like a crazy person thing to say, but hey, that's why you guys are here, right? You can go and get a knife and slit your own fucking throat. So if you can kill yourself, how the fuck can you not stop yourself from playing a video game? You are the master of your own destiny. You can do whatever you want. And the only thing holding you back from doing that is yourself. And if you realize that and you keep that in mind, then it gives you a great degree, it gives me a great degree of self-confidence. Because I can do anything I want to do. And if I choose not to do it, then I choose not to do it.
I must wait a moment.
And that's it. And so, if I'm having this problem, and this is what it is, this game is causing me this problem, that's not it at all. It's me causing myself this problem through the game. I'm doing this to myself. That's it.
Essentially the strongest disassociative I've ever experienced. It is just a complete disassociative, compound that will distract your brain from real life. And there can be healthy aspects to it. Everybody's wired differently, but it's about the relationship with it, just like any substance or anything like that matters. But you know, I've been addicted to this game for many, many, many years.
Good.
And it destroyed aspects of my life many times.
You destroyed aspects of your life many times. True.
And I haven't played it in many, many months now, and I'm done with video games. Like, it's not happening, right? But it's tricky because they find ways
You'll
to...
replace video games with something else that you will also fuck up, and you will use to fuck up your life.
I'm not
because the
ready
video
yet.
games never fucked up your life, it was you that did. And so whatever you get yourself invested into or yourself involved with, you're going to just fuck yourself up with that instead. Whether that's, you know, like any sort of like substance abuse, whether that's another hobby or anything else, until you hold the account, until you realize that you hold the power of change in your own hands, then you're never going to change. You're never going to do anything different. That's the truth, right? And like, it's not WoW's fault that that happened. It's your fault that that happened. And you just played WoW at the same time that you let it happen. That's all there is to it. So like, and I mean this, by the way, like I'm trying to be positive, right? I'm not trying to shit on the guy.
I'm not ready
like,
yet.
I really mean this in a positive way. Like, this is like, he's close, man. He's very close. But like, whenever he realizes that like he did this to himself, then he can finally have a healthy relationship with things that make him happy, rather than trying to control himself and you know, like, hold himself back from being able to do things that he enjoys.
You win and just keep it going, you know. But as the thumbnail for this video, I will literally use an image of what my character looked like at the end of the Burning Crusade Classic expansion, and you can see, like, it's no joke. My guy looked absolutely ridiculous. And as far as this video, I'll probably end it here. I wanted to keep it brief because I could literally talk about this game for hours and just get sidetracked. There's many, many aspects that I left out. Try to get somewhat specific, but I've made multiple videos about this video game, and the videos are all over 40 minutes.
I must wait a moment.
So yeah, I would definitely steer clear of this game, and 100% be advised to not go deep, you know, because it will quite literally ruin your life, you know. And y'all know what it is. Take care of yourselves. I love y'all. Peace.
Yeah, I think he's close, man. He's really close.
I'm not ready
and as soon as he realizes, I'll link y'all the video. As soon as he realizes that like he caused these things to happen and it wasn't the game that caused them to happen, he's gonna be able to take control of his own life.
I must wait a moment.
You know? And you can play video games without ruin your life. Yeah, no, for sure you can. And that's what's gonna happen, right? He should hold himself responsible for not quitting. Yeah, exactly. And it's hard to do that. It really is. And like, this is the thumbnail, by the way. So I don't want y'all to get impressed. In the Wrath of the Lich King pre-patch, the drop rate of Rivendar's Death Charger was changed, and it became a 1% drop rate mount. And it was actually the easiest to farm on a rogue at the time because you could stealth through everything. So don't get impressed by the mount here, guys. A lot of my friends got it back at level 70 as well. I was lazy. I didn't get it till 80. But yeah. Otherwise, yeah, this is also, by the way, this is the full Sunwell tier 6 gear, or 6.5 as people called it back then. And of course you have the Warglaives as well. So yeah, all that looks pretty good, man. It's been revealed that Flash refill on mob kill again in PoE. Oh yeah, I'm not surprised about that. But yeah, and so I feel like, again, like, it's not the game, it's your personality. If it wasn't WoW to be gambling or drugs, WoW just got you at the right time and place, and that's a fucking fact, right? Sorry to hear you played a rogue. I gotta say, the Birmingham Crusade was an astounding and intricate part of the game, but it will never beat Mr. Pandaria. Yeah, he did the automatic fucking subtitles thing, exactly. And the kind you hear in RBG Discord telling you your dog water should uninstall, should be a commercial for why WoW is the best game ever. Yeah, bro, like, that's the thing, is that, like, the way he described WoW and like how happy he was playing WoW, like, even in this video he's talking about how happy he was, like, and that's the crazy thing, right? And like, he was like, bro, he was selling it, bro. This isn't a video game. This is a video about how it's bad, bro. This is a video about how it's good. Like, he's happy. Like, bro, what do you mean you're sad about this shit? Like, nah, man, you were happy. You had so much fun, man. Like, what are you talking about? This like an ad. Yes, it was. And like, that's normal. Like, that shit was so fun. Now I want to play? Yeah, exactly. Best thing is life. Yeah. After the entire video, the only thing I had to say was an amazing time. Met a lot of people who's actually passionate about something more than what most can say. Yeah, yeah. If you could go back, you know we would. If I could go back, the only thing I would do is I would start playing WoW earlier. Because then I would have been able to maybe get Scarab-Lord. Like, that's the only thing that I would probably do differently. Otherwise, I feel like, and this is also another big issue that people like this have, is that people don't understand that whenever you want to go back in your life and change a bad thing that happened,
I'm not ready
you're
yet.
doing that in the context of being aware that that bad thing happened and all of those bad things happening. Like, there's basically, like, where you are in your life is it's a culmination of every good and every bad thing that's ever happened to you. So, for example, a lot of bad things that happened to me caused me to do things that ended up being good. So, for example, the reason why I started streaming is because I had to pay a bunch of money in order to pay for my teeth. So, in a weird way, if my teeth had been perfect and had never had any problems, I might not have ever started streaming. I might have never done that. So, it's like it's a domino effect, right? It's the butterfly effect, whatever you want to call it. So, it's easy for you to look at your current place in life and think to yourself, wow, if if this one bad thing didn't happen to me, everything else would be better. But what you have to realize is that everything after that event is also in context of that event. So you can't just like edit out all the bad parts and then keep all the good parts. Because in a lot of cases, the bad parts are why the good parts happened. That's the way I see it.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. 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 I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
monster. I asked my girlfriend to draw this for me because I'm not an artist, and thankfully she was able to.
Oh, you got the blueprints?
I am 99% sure this is how a human would fit into this dog costume.
That didn't even cross my mind. I think he's 100% on the money. That would absolutely explain why his legs keep doing some weird shit and also how the tail moves. He's moving it with his little tootsies. There's the Prime Nerds and Brave in the resub shed. Toko the human dog. Thanks to the bits XY.
This is a collie dog, and this is Toko the collie dog. Dubbed Toko the human dog on multiple media outlets and becoming increasingly popular for
indistinguishable from a real border collie.
Inside this hyper-realistic costume is a person who's living out their dream of always wanting to be an animal. In today's video, we'll be taking a deep dive into this human dog mystery and seeing just—
I've talked about this before. For maybe like a year, there was something called pet play that was a big fetish that everyone was making fun of for a while. And I was really interested in the whole, like, goofiness of it. So there was a big viral video of a guy who got, like, a $10,000 dog mask made for himself in a costume. And then he shouted out a website. And I was like, what the fuck? How many people, like, how could there be more than just one guy? So I went to the site and I made an account just to read the posts. That shit was wild. That shit went hard.
Just how close we can get to finding out who this person really is. Hey guys, welcome back to another video. And if I could please have your attention for just 10 seconds, and then we'll get right into the video. I'll let you know when 10 seconds is up because we're gonna have a little red bar right here. We have a winter collection over at earldoesn'texist.com, which includes this high quality denim jacket, and we have some other new designs, so make sure to go check out the website. And also my first ever album, Ear Candy, is premiering on this channel on January 26th at 6 p.m. PST, and it's gonna be on all streaming services. So make sure to turn on post notifications, then you can turn them off after. I really don't care. But yeah, that's it. Is the red bar over? Let's get started with the video. So, where did Toko come from? It all started on April 11th on Twitter when this tweet was posted. It had a video attached and read, "I ordered a costume. Thanks to you, I was able to fulfill my dream of becoming an animal." As I'm recording this, the Twitter video has 1.9 million views, and the topic alone has garnered tens of millions of views on TikTok. But I'm getting ahead of myself. This tweet was actually a reply to Zeppet's tweet, which was them revealing the costume for the customer. Zeppet is an art studio that specializes in figurines, animatronics, bodysuits, 3D modeling, and robotics. They usually get commissioned for films, ads, amusement parks, and other expensive reasons.
Can you just commission a studio
I
like
made a dog modeling suit at the request of an individual. Modeled on a collie dog, it reproduces the appearance of a real dog that walks on all fours like a real dog. Here they also linked a section of their website where they give a few more details on the costume itself.
Huh? The work that Tuv just showed from them looked extremely high quality. Why does this one look so lazy? I mean, I guess it's a really hard thing to do. Can you just commission some fetish shit from a studio like this? They seem very reputable. I'm surprised they would even take that. Money's money. I guess, yeah, I suppose.
Itself, such as the fact that it took 40 days to create, and the production amount was 2 million yen, which translates directly to $15,437.46.
That's so much less than I thought that was going to be.
Remember, this doesn't mean that the costume was bought for that amount. If the company wanted to make any sort of profit, they definitely upped the price. And for the amount of work and time that went into this, I'm gonna guess that the person paid anywhere from $20,000 to $30,000. Fake TikTok. Before we talk about the person in the costume, we have to talk about the fake TikTok that spread like wildfire. Maybe it's the reason you know about Toko the human dog.
I don't know anything about Toko.
A TikTok was posted with the caption, "Half dog, half man." The TikTok attempted to showcase the human dog costume, but spread an incredible amount of misinformation to the over 11.4 million people that viewed it. Not only did they misspell surgery every single time, but they claimed that the person in the costume got plastic surgery to look like that and paid $400,000. He eat like dog, walk like dog, and sleep like dog. Looks like you typed like one too. Most of the people in the comments ate it up and probably
fucking true.
Like
that is
happened. It's very easy.
That is so TikTok brain. Actually just made up every possible piece of information there. Every single one. And misspelled everything.
To be tricked on TikTok, and I don't blame anyone for believing this stuff because it's not like everyone is going to go out of their way to research every single TikTok they come across, but hey, I'll do the job for you. TikToks that spread misinformation remind me of that blue emoji image. But anyway, who's the person in the costume? Person in the costume. The person in the costume has a main channel named I Want to Be an Animal. The channel only has 22 videos so far, and each is about 5 minutes.
Straight into the point.
I watched every single video on this page,
Thanks,
and here are some
Binder.
notes I gathered along the way. In their second video, they flip through notes as a form of communicating to the audience. They have a Japanese text at top and English at the bottom, which I found very interesting because why the need for both languages? It just comes across attention-seeking to me. But what's more attention-seeking than paying thousands of dollars for a dog costume?
Good point. That is a very good point.
The cards are simply explaining that they're going to start uploading YouTube videos more often. The flipping of the notes is highly unrealistic, as a dog wouldn't be able to do that unless they were trained to do so. But even so, this human is struggling to the point that they almost tip over just trying to flip the note, telling me they don't care about realism that much if they bend their wrists and arms in a way that a dog can't. Another question that is extremely important: how does the person fit in the costume? Well, it's never been revealed, but after looking at the body movements for a while, I think I have the answer. I asked my girlfriend to draw this for me because I'm not an artist, and thankfully she was able to.
Oh, you got the blueprints?
I am 99% sure this is how the human would fit into this dog costume.
That didn't even cross my mind. I think he's 100% on the money. That would absolutely explain why his legs keep doing some weird shit and also how the tail moves. He's moving it with his little tootsies. That looks so uncomfortable. It looks so uncomfortable, yeah. Thanks to resub Zaza, Nate, and Naruto.
Front wrists are way slimmer than the ankles, which leads me to believe that that's where the person's knees are placed. I'm sure there are some bands holding the feet up and maybe some other ones holding the torso up, but we'll never know unless the person reveals it. What about the person behind the camera? It's obvious neither of them want to show their face, but they did accidentally show their reflection in the dog's eye for a couple seconds here. They also do show their hands sometimes, and they look slim, which could mean it's a woman behind the camera. The jaw is able to bite down with what I'm assuming is some type of jaw band, but it's so awkward seeing Toko attempt to grab stuff, even though they probably can't even see properly at all. The struggling
Feel
makes
mercy.
me think the eyes are actually see-through.
Welcome to
but
my channel.
Everything's probably dark and you lose sense of most of your peripherals. In the video called Rough Collie Played Table Tennis, they strap a racket to the paw using a hair tie or two. The teeth are sculpted exactly like that of a canine's. I tried to find frames to see through the mouth, but it's always pitch black. At the end of the sofa video, you can hear the person in the costume panting, which is very surprising and leads me to believe that it's just an editing mistake and it went over their head because they're really trying to be anonymous. And I'll show you guys the clip, but it comes across just really creepy.
God, I hate this Facebook royalty-free music.
I mean, it just seems like an extreme body workout to always be on your hands and knees and probably sweating inside the costume. In the video, Why Did I Want to Become a Dog? I'll answer some questions. We get a Q&A. So I'll read you guys some of the most interesting questions and answers. These questions were taken from random commenters, and they're answered with some text at the bottom of the screen. Why did you want to become a dog? I have had a vague dream of becoming an animal since I was a child. Would it be called a desire to change? When I fulfilled that dream, this is how it turned out. Have you ever wanted to be an animal? If anyone else feels the same way, tell me your story in the comments. What was the trigger? I wanted to be an animal ever since I can remember. So what was the trigger? It's difficult to answer the question. Why?
This seems so, this seems so uncomfortable. Like, the position he has to get in to even do this. At the very least, the pet play people are just dressing up as animals instead of trying to model their whole life around being an animal. Thanks to the resub baller. We're already animals. Oh, wubba lubba dub dub. True. Take that. Facts and logic. He's the prime Verdant.
A rough collie. The reason for this is because it's my favorite breed and because of its size. I'm particularly fond of cute quadrupedal animals. Don't you think rough collies are cute? The fact that the size gap with humans isn't large was also a deciding factor. Are you tired of being human? Sometimes it's reported that I'm tired of being human, but I've never said that. How did that happen? Other things were reported incorrectly. Beware of incorrect information. The topic is getting a lot of attention, but how do you feel about it now? I'm very surprised because I didn't expect this to happen. How could this have come from a lighthearted tweet I posted? You never know what life has in store for you. And thanks a lot for all your comments. I'm sorry I couldn't reply at all. I've had a proper look through it. Thank you. It seems to be a hot topic in many different countries. I am interested in how I am being introduced to your country. If you like, let me know in the comments what's going on in your country. The person also talks about what countries their videos are most viewed in and admit that they live in Japan. Have you ever been outside? Not yet. If I had the chance, I would like to go out, but I don't have the courage to do so. One of these days, I'll make a video of it, so just wait and watch. What do people around you think? In the first place, I told people who are really close to me. For example, example, if I told the people I work with that I wanted to be an animal and I became a collie, they would look at me funny, wouldn't they? If anyone notices who I am, please don't tell anyone around me.
Okay, so that's well, okay, not pausing there. That's a little better than I was expecting. I thought that they just completely up and changed their whole life to fit this. So it looks like they still work, they still live as a human. I thought the only thing they would do that was still human was like bathe and eat, and then they'd go right back to being the collie. So it looks like this is more of just something they do on their own in some free time. I don't know. It seems kind of, well, I don't know about fetish-like, because it's just kind of literally being a dog and walking around. Maybe it is a fetish thing, I'm not really sure. Some pet play people will use ties to tie their knees together to walk around like this guy. A hobby. Yeah, I guess it's more of a hobby kind of thing. Very interesting.
Wouldn't they? If anyone notices who I am, please don't tell anyone around me. In their 14th video, they started using closed captions instead of editing text on screen. Watching the person in the costume try to climb stairs is so incredibly unsettling. It reminds me of that old
what the fuck
Japanese commercial.
Yeah, it looks like something out of The Grudge.
Which we talked about in this video in case you want to go check that out. But yeah, in the comments they just say they gave up because climbing stairs with the costume on is incredibly challenging. They have custom
it looks like it would be
outside to not get the paws dirty. In their 16th video they do go outside for a very short amount of time. They get scared of being seen and hear bicycles coming, so they panic, pose like a real dog, and walk back into their house when the coast is clear.
Honest magics.
To be fair, I would think it's a real dog if I was just like walking by and I see this. I'd be like, oh, that's a dog must be going through rehab or something.
Interesting.
Must have had an injury.
In the bloopers video, they present videos that never made the final cut and showed a scrapped jump rope video where Toko was supposed to jump rope. Though
oh my god, what a disaster!
We get a
that would be rough.
Human-like crawl from Toko for the first time, and it seems like Toko isn't even role playing as a dog at this point, and it's so creepy.
Oh, that wasn't dog-like at all, yeah.
I almost consider this breaking character because of how much it doesn't look like a dog. In their 18th video, they claim they went to a different location to be interviewed by an unnamed broadcast company. Here, they do run into people and interact. The people seem shocked, but overall are happy to greet a human in a dog costume. In their 19th video, they showcase that they can in fact...
You can introduce this as a robot. Like, if you're embarrassed about it being a human there, you could absolutely introduce this as an animatronic. I would be more inclined to believe that than a person being in there. Just tell me that this is a prototype for Boston Dynamics, and I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, no, this is pretty impressive stuff.
Which means there's an opening in the mouth. They for some reason go out of their way to drink 3/4 of the Coke. We know you can drink it. But what about eating? Well, in the next video, Toko eats food. Or do they? The camera person serves Toko dog food shaped toys, and it's just roleplay from here on out. The camera cuts to an empty bowl, and the audience is just supposed to assume it was eaten. The camera person is also confirmed to be a woman with the caption, "Now she's going to give it to me," from her hand. Their most recent video, which is from November 18th, 2022, is a thank you video for 10,000 subscribers. Or should I say subscribers? Is that on purpose? They really focus on how popular they've gotten and talk a lot about their stats going up. Again, comes off as loving attention. They also mention a live TV interview, which I never found. Perhaps it only aired in Japan and no one has put it online yet. The Twitter account. So browsing the Twitter account, the main one, @Toko_Evie, that had the video blow up, all of their tweets were fairly normal and seemed like Toko was and still is a huge—
Hey, Pokemon Unite! Man, maybe I beat their ass so hard in Pokemon Unite, they're like, I'm tired of being a human. This Grease guy just fucking blasted me. I'm gonna be a dog. I'm tired of this. I used to stomp that battleground. I was so reckless in there. No one was having fun when I was playing.
And of the Nintendo Switch game, Pokemon Unite. We even got to see a setup picture. Very clean. Keep in mind, that's the only IRL image that Toko has posted.
Makes the big tier 3
a human.
Mog.
I don't know how else to say it. But we can see their human height here. We can't actually identify it. I'm sure someone's going to do it. Someone's probably going to somehow calculate Toko's height using this image, and if you get it right, I applaud you. Anyway, being a big fan of Pokemon Unite, they actually streamed a ton of it on YouTube. And the best part is Toko still streams. In fact, they're more consistent with the streams than the dog channel. But even better is they use a mic in their streams. So that means we get a voice reveal.
はい、独特ワードだけど交代読みってことで。さあ、こいつは天然なんで、天然じゃないんで、起点。
So out of my entire research that
They sounded very happy. I would have imagined that, like, the person doesn't like being a person, which is why they retreat into, like, the animal thing. Yeah, no, he's not even, like, pretending there. He's just straight up streaming. He's just like a normal streamer, and then he has his side hustle as a dog.
That I've done. Here's a quick recap of what we know about the person in the costume. They live in Japan. They always had a dream of being an animal. They love the attention. They have a camera woman. They don't care about realism. They're a huge fan of Pokemon Unite. This image is the closest IRL image they've posted. This is their voice. They're very shy about people close to them knowing they want to be a dog, and they're very scared to go out in public. And a little bonus fact that I noticed is that their favorite Pokemon is Eevee. So, is this a case of a person being stupid with their money, or just someone getting what they want because they have enough money? Could mean the same thing.
Probably the
Toko
latter.
isn't hurting anybody besides maybe giving, people some nightmares. I say let Toko do what they please, and we get that creepy entertainment. I might just hit up Zeppet and make me an Earl costume. But yeah, I think we have a right to judge people based on
He's right. It's harmless.
it on the internet,
Very
it
odd,
seems like they
but
want
harmless.
attention. But honestly, who cares what you do with your money? You know what they say, YOLO, right? But yeah, that's going to be the end of this video. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm sorry for the inconsistent uploads. I really am. I was finishing the album and it's going to be out, so I'm back on the YouTube grind. I know I say I'm back on the YouTube grind a lot, but I'm just going to zip it and just actually show you guys some work. In 2023, I want to make more
How's it attention seeking though?
Topics, because
I guess from the videos, I haven't seen them though.
YouTube. I don't know. Those were very broad topics. In 2023, I do want to focus on more specific topics, like, for example, this Toko video. If you guys liked it, let me know if you guys like more specific topic videos. I loved doing research on this, so I hope it performs well. And Ear Candy debuts on this channel on January 26th at 6 p.m. PST, and I'll see you guys next time I upload.
I think Tubbs absolutely right. Probably just a case of a guy having so much money, why not spend it on something goofy?
I'm not ready.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything about Toko. Pretty strange. Interesting.
I must wait a moment.
I think it's sad. I guess it depends. I could definitely see why it would be sad if the guy really doesn't like being human, like he's like miserable, so he becomes dog. That would be sad. But if it is just a guy who's like, man,
I must wait a
I have
moment.
fucking $20,000 lying around, wouldn't it be cool to have a dog costume? That's less sad, then it's just kind of weird.
I must wait a moment.
Thanks to the bits, Dojin. Like, I haven't seen the videos. I don't know if it is attention seeking or not. But plenty of people do goofy shit for attention. Literally just for the sake of attention. Wouldn't be far-fetched. Thanks to Prime Tizzy. I'm not saying that Toko is,
I
but...
must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Thanks to bits, Eggs, and Sylvie. I did play Steel Rising. I didn't like it.
I'm not ready yet.
Exactly, it seems harmless.
I must wait.
Not bothering anyone. Just a little strange.
I see concertina and I'm not very happy about it. Whoa, 200 meters per second muzzle velocity moment. Wow, that was delayed.
It is done.
Hello everyone, my name is Arya and welcome to the video. Recently I made a tier list ranking every single pistol in Hunt Showdown, and for the most part I got some pretty decent reception for most of my rankings. However, one pistol in particular people were not very pleased with, being the New Army and its Swift variant. I ranked the New Army in C tier for being outclassed by so many other pistols, as well as having a pitifully slow 200 meters per second muzzle velocity with special ammo, and the Swift went into D tier for having all of those same issues while also leaking bullets if you wanted to do a partial reload. Now, let me be the first to say that I actually do quite like the New Army. I think it's a very fun and charming little pistol. However, I was trying to rank the list as objectively as I could, and I do think that there are still a lot of other pistols out there that fill its niche better and do it more effectively. Was I a little bit harsh on it? Yeah, probably. I think I would bump the regular New Army up a tier if I went back and redid the list. However, I am still not a huge fan of the New Army Swift due to how it limits the player from reloading unless you want to leak bullets like a broken faucet. But plenty of you were telling me that I was wrong in the comments, so I decided to give it a go for a few streams to see if it would give me a reason to change my mind. But before I tell you what I paired the New Army with, let me first tell you that this was all streamed over on my Twitch, linked in the description along with all the other platforms where you can find me, and if you like the videos here on YouTube, maybe consider clicking the like and subscribe buttons to let me, and more importantly the algorithm, know that you want to see more. But back on topic, for a loadout I ran the New Army Swift with FMJ as my secondary, and for my primary I also decided to run a weapon I was never really a huge fan of, being the Mako Carbine Claw. If you were in my Twitch streams around the time that the Mako released, you'll know that this weapon just genuinely did not interest me at all, and I failed to see what niche it filled that wasn't already in the game. Sure, explosive levering is a funny thing to do, but in terms of actual weapon balancing, this weapon just seemed like a slight variation of some of the more popular long ammo rifles. It's obviously not a bad weapon, it does over 125 damage, it has a decent rate of fire, and having the claw variant on a full-size rifle is kinda neat, but ultimately, like I said, this weapon just didn't interest me at all. But if I'm giving the New Army Swift a second chance, why not see if the Mako can win me over too? And after about 6 hours of streaming this loadout and a few more off-stream, I can comfortably say that my mind has been changed about the Mako Carbine. It's still not the most unique weapon in the game, it doesn't really do much to fill any new niches or really separate itself from other high-end long ammo rifles, but it does feel quite nice to shoot, and I genuinely did enjoy my time using it. As for the New Army Swift, like I said, I do genuinely enjoy the New Army, just not the Swift variant. I can think of one, maybe 2 times that I actually got Swift value, and most of the interactions I had with it could have been done just as well with a base New Army. But those are my closing thoughts on the weapons, so how about we move on to some of the highlight matches I had with this loadout. Burning Squads ASMR 10 hours, more like Burning Solos ASMR 10 hours, am I right, chat? I feel like half the time solo necro doesn't work anymore, because after the last event where it was super ratty, I feel like everyone just kind of assumes solo. I shot to the side, you're kidding me? I feel dumb. That was free. God, I have not played this game in a while. You didn't see that, you didn't see that.
Nope, nobody saw that.
I wanted to take down the pinnacle of the Jujutsu world.
They say that if you're not a member of the Zenin family, you are not worthy as a Jujutsu sorcerer. And if you're not a Jujutsu sorcerer, you're not worthy as a human being. Koji Zenin would learn that in some of the most cruel ways. He was harassed and abused from the moment he was born, despised by his own family for his weakness,
I must wait a moment.
even thrown into a swarm of cursed spirits, creating that scar on his mouth. Toji would become known as the Invisible Man for his ability to mask his presence, and still, I think that was something he learned growing up in the Zenin clan, overshadowed by so many talented jujutsu sorcerers. Toji would learn how to fight by honing his 5 senses, using his innate physical gifts, and outwitting the more gifted, quote, blessed opponents. Along with physical abuse, the Zenin family left an even greater scar on the heavenly restricted child. He would go on to later refer to himself as a monkey when in the presence of Gojo and Geto, calling them blessed. These are words I'm sure that Toji didn't just come across. These are words that he was psychologically abused with. The Zenin family already sees non-jujutsu sorcerers as less than human, and so a monkey is the perfect relative. Toji would grow to see himself as worthless and inadequate, and would leave the Zenin family with a burning desire to prove himself. This worldview created the perfect assassin, a heartless, stone-cold killer who specialized in sorcerers. A man who was incredibly insecure and who chased after the chance to prove himself to what felt like the entire world, that he was enough. Toji and Maki differ because Maki can walk away and make a clean break, aiming to take the system down and to become head of the clan one day, flipping the system onto its head.
I must wait a moment.
But Toji internalizes the hatred his family had shown him. He had become a prisoner of their attitudes and their abuse, and it makes sense for the Invisible Man. He didn't have anyone, no friends, no family. He didn't even have a twin to share at least a tiny bit of that burden. Toji lives a life of solitude. Being known as a sorcerer killer, coupled with his disposition that he has developed, everything Toji does is out of spite and revenge for his treatment. His worldview was shaped by the Zenin clan, no matter how backwards their teachings were. He internalized it all. If he is a monkey and jujutsu sorcerers are the ones worthy to be called human beings, it's only right for him, a monkey, to prove to his elders what his value truly is. Toji's diligence and most of all his pride led him to become one of the most formidable assassins in the jujutsu world. The sorcerer killer is incredibly diligent when studying his prey. We see that in the fight against Gojo. Not only does he remember the 6 eyes, he makes sure to inform himself about all of his abilities and all of his techniques, noting that he is the first Gojo family sorcerer in hundreds of years to wield both 6 eyes and the limitless technique. But more than that, he knows exactly what these abilities entail. He brought very specific cursed tools and spirits to counteract the particular effects of blue and red and of the 6 eyes. Toji devised a plan to overload Gojo's senses and to use his heavenly restriction as his primary tool to get the great sorcerer on the defensive, and to force a stoppage of his cursed technique. All the while, Toji rarely calls Gojo by his name. More than once, Toji refers to Gojo as the 6 eyes. The Invisible Man is meant to contrast both Geto and Gojo, but he is much like Gojo in one aspect. Like the 6 eyes, he too places great importance on strength. For him, it's because he searches for affirmation, and for Gojo, it's a tool that can bring significant change in the world. Toji is incredibly powerful. The heavenly restriction has given him superhuman strength, speed, and senses. He is a master of a multitude of weapons. He is a master planner because his jujutsu knowledge is vast. He has used all the resources available to him. Toji was able to correctly assess Geto's ability and the type of sorcerer he was in mere moments, forcing Geto to fight in close quarters, his one weakness. His battle with Gojo tells you all that you need to know. He is a meticulous planner and a tactical mastermind. He killed Gojo temporarily. That should have been a massive triumph for Toji's philosophy. It's all the proof he needs to rise above his massive insecurity. He finally gets proof of his value. And yet, when he defeats Gojo and Geto, that is when he calls himself a monkey. He calls them blessed. Toji has an inferiority complex created by the Zenin family. He is unable to see how gifted he truly is, unable to see how blessed he is. Toji had all of this, all of these abilities, all of these triumphs. He defeated Gojo and Geto, the 2 strongest sorcerers alive, and yet it couldn't fill him up. It could not satisfy him. He needed more. And so Gojo rises from the dead. When Gojo returns, there's an initial look of fear on Toji's face, but in the panels that follow, his look has become elation. The sorcerer killer is overjoyed at the fact that Gojo has returned, and he is hungry for a battle against the fully realized limitless technique, against the fully realized Six Eyes. Toji now has a chance to defeat the strongest sorcerer alive, the Satoru Gojo. The panel where he runs into battle with a grin plastered on his face is such a memorable one. Toji's pride and his ego are really only filled when he can defeat sorcerers, and it only lasts mere moments. Toji has run away before, and he finds no harm in that. But here, he ignores this uneasiness. He ignores his instinct, his fear. Toji throws his fear aside when there is a chance to do something monumental. When there is a chance for Toji's insatiable desire for self-affirmation can be realized, he throws it all away. Here is a chance for him to discredit the entire Jujutsu world, the entire Jujutsu system, to crush it, to discredit the Zenin family who has tortured him and who has made him suffer. Taking down the pinnacle of the Jujutsu world. This is what Toji desires. Here is that pride and that insecurity and that desire to prove himself all on full display. Toji's head and heart were at odds, and he allowed his heart to take over. Toji at his core desired something he could never really gain: approval. He says that he deviated from his true self, but one could argue that this is Toji's true self. All of the years of torment and suffering have created an unstable man, and that is the true Toji. Someone who desires to crush the beliefs and dreams of his abusers, by any means necessary. A man who has lost his morality along the way and only understood the world in terms of power. He wants to prove all of that to others, but most of all to himself. He's fighting an internal battle constantly, and here, for once, he finally loses by shrugging off that uneasiness and warning. But he isn't angry or upset that he lost. Toji's upset at the fact that he lost his way. This ego-driven individual, that was the man he was before meeting his wife. That was the true sorcerer killer. It's why he says he's rusty, that he's only remembering how to do this. Because he hasn't been the sorcerer killer, the invisible man, in a long time. That anger, that pride, those were the emotions of a different man. The Zenin household, the family, causes instability in Toji. But he mellowed out once he met his wife. He gave up his pride, perhaps in hopes to heal and to build a life with this woman whom he loved deeply. Toji Fushiguro was a new man, a clean break. He deserted one of, if not the most powerful Jujutsu family. He even renounced his Zenin name. He would connect with his true self, he said. But when she dies, the cruelty of the world shows itself once again to Toji. Aside from Megumi, he lost the only good thing in his life, the one person who was able to help him change for the better. And he responds to this by adopting this nonchalant, despondent attitude. He delves into gambling again. He doesn't care about anything, and morality is a part of that as well. He will do any job, anything, for the right price. Running away wasn't an issue for him, nor was accepting the fact that he was a monkey without a blessing. He tried to make himself believe that he wasn't fighting for anything anymore, that it was just for money. His apathy simply masked it all. I don't care anymore, he says.
Time to do that.
Toji was truly spiraling without his wife, on a path to self-destruction. Fighting Gojo for the second time was where that journey ended for him.
I'm not ready yet.
One of the most consistent themes in Jujutsu Kaisen is a sorcerer or a character's regret when they die. This is Toji's. He really believed that he had moved on from the Zenin clan. He thought he'd put all of those years of suffering behind him. But again, I think losing Megumi's mother brought him back to the self-loathing, angry, vengeful person that he was. His loneliness grew, and those feelings came crawling back. His pride yearned for something. He regrets that this is the person he has become. Toji even tears up over it. He regrets that he wasted his life yearning for approval and validation from people who never cared about him. That he spent his whole life trying to prove to himself that he was worthy, that he was strong. I said that one could argue that this was Toji's true self, this angry, self-loathing person. But on the other hand, I truly believe that his circumstances created the man he was. That his true self is the mellowed out, calm person we were never able to see. Toji's true, maybe kinder self was hidden underneath all that pain. That is a man we will never know. Instead, we know the stone cold killer. The man who took out a harmless child, who took out 2 teenagers, nearly killed one of them. In the end, the self-proclaimed monkey was a prisoner of fate. With a hole in the left side of his body, Toji's last thoughts were about his son, the one person he did care about. He now has to leave behind for good, all because of his petty pride. After all this, the last piece of the Fushiguro puzzle is Toji's role as a father. When Megumi is first mentioned to Toji, he replies nonchalantly, even asking who that is. Whether he genuinely forgot about Megumi's existence or not, whether he never even cared, whether he did, we'll never know. But Toji is a curious case as a father. His son has no idea who he is, he has no idea of his past or anything. He means nothing to him. For Megumi, Toji abandoned him and his sister. For Megumi, Toji didn't even care to figure out his gender, as his name is a feminine given name. That is his view of his unknown father. But there is more to that puzzle. Toji named his son Megumi, a name that he intentionally chose, which means blessing. Toji truly views Megumi as a blessing in his life, one of his only blessings, since he was born a monkey, as he would call himself. Megumi and his mother were the 2 things in his perception that were untainted, that not even his genes, his cursed genes, could affect this boy. Megumi was a gift from his wife, whom he truly loved and who helped him in a world in which he felt truly alone, and I think he viewed his son in a similar light. We also know that Megumi is the one who inherited the Ten Shadow, a curse technique said to even rival the Limitless technique, which means that Megumi, like Gojo and like Geto, was a truly blessed sorcerer who could one day become strong. And while he may have thought of his son in such a positive light, he abandoned his child.
I'm not ready yet.
Toji perhaps felt that he had no business caring for a child. A man so unstable, so broken as he was, possibly thought that it was better for his mother to take care of him. We learn that after Megumi's mother's death, Toji planned to even sell Megumi to the Zenin clan, the same family that abused him, that tortured him, that made him this way. It seems cruel at face value.
I'm not ready
and yet,
yet.
There was a level of understanding that the Zenin clan could possibly do a better job of raising Megumi into a powerful sorcerer than he could, knowing that Megumi was a prodigious sorcerer. Toji knows that the Zenin clan is particularly horrible to women and to those without cursed energy. So Megumi and Toji's treatment would have been radically different. He understood that, and he believed that that life would be better than what he could provide. Especially considering the dejected, apathetic man he becomes after Megumi's mother passes.
I must wait a moment.
In his final moments, he thinks about his son and his wife, and while he initially wanted to die without any last words, he instead tells Gojo about Megumi.
I must wait a moment.
Toji respects Gojo, the only man who was able to see him. A part of him believed in Gojo, in the lengths that he went to save that girl, in the man that he was. Maybe because he offered Toji respect and a chance to say his final words. Maybe because of all this, he believed that Gojo could raise Megumi better than the Zenin clan would. So he tells the sorcerer about his son. Maybe Toji has become such a prisoner to power, a slave to strength, that he entrusted his son to the most powerful sorcerer alive. He entrusts his son's future into Gojo, the very man that killed him. At least in his final moments, Toji had a bit of clarity. Despite his failures as a father, I believe that Toji loved Megumi. In the few moments that he regained his humanity in Shibuya, he gives his son a rare, genuine smile. And he was proud that his blessing took his mother's name, his name. And Toji took his own life, so he didn't have to kill his son. Toji is but a product of the Jujutsu system. It of course doesn't justify anything that he's done, but we understand the reason behind who he is. We understand what makes him tick. Toji is another one of Jujutsu Kaisen's tragic characters. Another one who died full of regrets. Toji believed that he had risen above his condition, above his own temperament. But in the end, he became a victim of it. A victim of the Zenin clan. A prisoner forever shackled by his family's abuse. Shackled by his own pride. Toji, though, was given a second chance. At this time, Toji took his final breaths in control. At least free to choose the circumstances of his own death. This time for a reason. Toji died as a proud father.
So I had, whenever I played this game, what were the total deaths that I had? Jeez. 1,500, and it took 3 hours. Right. Okay. So we'll go ahead. We'll look at this. We'll see if this guy did any better than me.
It is done.
I'm not sure if he will or not. Jesus Christ. I didn't even... Oh my god. Okay. Oh yeah, this one was hard. Yeah, this one took me... Can't win them all. I didn't, wait, I didn't even see that happen. Wait, what? Jesus.
I'm not ready yet.
Wait, what did he just do? Oh, he bounced himself up. I get it now. Okay, never mind. I get it. Jesus.
I'm not ready yet.
Bro, sweating? Yes. Okay. Okay, you have to get that, then you go up to... Bro, are you... Wait, he even bounced himself off the edge at the end there.
I'm not ready yet.
Holy fuck. This guy's insane. Look. Jesus. Look. Oh my god, bro. This game looks so easy. For sure, man. For sure. So true. You're right.
Wait a moment.
Wow. Is he using a mouse and keyboard, a controller? I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm not ready yet.
I didn't even know you could do that. This is... okay. So he just finished the entire level in 1 minute.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay. It's 2 minutes for the entire area? Oh, yeah, no, you're right. I'm doing it in-game time.
I must wait a moment.
Bro, what the fuck? Jesus. He's even speedrunning a thing where you're going slow.
I must wait
he didn't even use the fucking... He didn't even use the leaf. Oh my god.
I'm not ready yet.
There's no need? I guess not. Okay. I
must wait a moment.
Simple. That's...
I must wait a moment.
And he even, bro, to make himself go even faster, he even hits the side of the wall with the explosion to propel his character faster to the end goal. Watch.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay. Wait, didn't I spend like I spent a while on that one? Okay. Okay. Wait, what? Wait, you can do this?
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
So, whenever Emmy played this game, she spent like an hour on this level. And Tips and I were watching, and like this was the day that I mauled it out and I rage quit the game. And he messaged me, he says, how validated do you feel right now? Whenever she was dying on this level over and over and over. It was like 15 minutes? Yeah. And now there's this. Oh my fucking god. Okay. That seems pretty simple. Sure, that's not... Okay.
I'm not ready yet.
No, what?
I'm not ready yet.
I see what he did. He used two of them. See, he shot that one up, and then right there, he shoots two of them at the exact same time to super jump. And he did it so fast, he could even do another jump on top of this thing as it's disappearing. Oh my fucking... We gotta patch this out. This is making me look bad.
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, we're gonna patch this out, bro. Like this is yeah. I'm looking like a fucking idiot. Like we gotta get rid of this. This not. Wait, he didn't. Did he just not even do the thing? Did he just not even do the thing?
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Can't win them all. See, guys? See, I'm not a big of an idiot. See, like, he died one time. See?
I must wait a moment.
Bro, he's pushing himself down? Oh my... This is fucking crazy, bro. Like, oh god, bro, this is so fucking, bro. Simple geometry. It's so simple, isn't it? Yeah.
I must wait a moment.
Okay. Now this is where I quit. was in the lava level. I couldn't do it, bro. Okay, that one's easy. That's easy. It's easy. It's not even hard. That's fine. Yeah, that's not even hard. This one's not really that hard. All right, this one, yeah. I remember I messed this up. See, he messed up one time. I messed this up. Wait. But I was there. I spent an hour on this almost.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
To be fair, I actually did do that. Because I knew that I would never actually be able to dodge them correctly, so I just RNG did that over and over and over. But I also died like 20 times in order for that to happen.
I must wait a moment.
I was on this one for a while too, because you have to turn around. And he's just... Okay.
I must wait a moment.
I didn't even know you could go that way. I went the other way. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, bro. Like...
I'm not ready yet.
Bro, I want to see the level that I was struggling on. That's what I want to see, like... What the fuck?
I must wait a moment.
You're supposed to use the vent.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Okay, this one, I remember I didn't struggle this much on this one. This one was easy. This one's easy. I beat this one too, it was easy. This is the one that I could not fucking do, bro. Like, this is the one that broke me.
I must wait.
Like, I never recovered from this level. Because it took me so long to, like, go up on each one of them. Because I had to jump up on each one of these, so it was...
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
That's crazy. Wow. Damn.
Kumara. Welcome to my channel. AJU Discord.
Ajde šta? Može pisati ajde uđi u Discord da pričaš i onda ne koristi Discord. Nema logike to što pričaš, kapiraš?
I need more time.
There are too many!
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. must wait a moment.
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel.
I must wait a moment.
Too many!
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
No.
I must wait a moment. My bags are full.
Nećeš reći. Nema problema.
That's great. Wow. Jesus Christ. I never.
You can anything
I never even
the
thought.
forge is hot.
I never even thought it.
That's good salvage.
I carry the best shards of the heavens.
I didn't know you could. Oh my God, bro. Isn't it kind of a relief to see it done this way, though? I mean, it's something.
I'm not ready yet.
Y'all remember this? Like, I mauled it over this for so long, bro. I was here. This one's not that bad.
I must wait a moment.
This was not that bad either.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay, this is the one that I want. This is the one that I gave up on. I gave up on this one. I couldn't beat it.
I must wait a moment.
Where's the lava? There's...
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, I didn't ever beat this.
I must wait a
Yeah,
moment.
yeah, nope, that would have never happened. I'm just being honest. So I didn't even get halfway through the level.
I must wait a moment.
That's crazy. So I didn't even realize that. Damn.
I'm not ready yet.
Wait, so it is another... there's a whole area up here. I knew there was a moon area, but I didn't realize that... Okay. What the f... What the f... Okay. I think I could have done that one. Okay. I couldn't have done it that fast, bro. Like,
I must wait a moment.
wait, oh, so that shit turns you upside down. Oh my fucking god, bro, like...
I must wait a moment.
This... Jesus.
I'm not ready yet.
I just, man, guys, damn, that's crazy. Man. I'm gonna be real, like, I don't even know what the fuck's happening right now. Like, give me a minute. We gotta go back. What the fuck?
I'm not ready yet.
Jesus Christ. Gosh, it was perfect.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh my god.
I must wait a moment.
Oh, so you have to use... Bro, what the fuck was that? Oh my god. Calculated? I guess so. This is insane.
I must wait a moment.
This is insanely god game design. Just so you know, I'm pretty sure it's 2 guys that made this game. Yeah. Just did the game. Oh my fuck.
I must wait a moment.
Oh. Man.
I must wait a moment.
So each one of those changes the gravity. Wait, so you have to do the entire level upside down?
O, dobro.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Libya is lonely. Welcome to my channel.
Watch out! Fend them off, please!
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Okay.
I must wait a moment.
Okay, I get it.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
What?
I'm not ready yet.
What even I don't even...
I'm not ready yet.
So each one of these is changing the gravity. Okay.
Oh, it's over.
Oh my fucking god. Wow.
To da im kažem da jedu govna.
Lonely Ejairl. Welcome to my channel.
Well, there it is.
Zašto sam se odrekao admina
10-minute game.
serveru.
I guess so. I will link you their channel. I think this might be the owner of $10,000. This may be a $10,000 owner. There's the video right there. Holy fuck, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. With probably 30 hours practice? Yes, I guess so. Looks like I'm bad at games. I can see why you say that. Oh my god. Well. Earned it? I guess so. I earned it. She's really good? I can fucking see that. Bro, this level was fucking crazy. It's a girl. That's what people are saying. I'm not sure. Oh my god. Wow. This had to be from memory? Yeah, I guess so.
What do you need?
I cannot salvage
That is nuts, man. God damn. Was it a blindfold attempt? Just chill out. The sub 10? Yeah, this is insane, man. Like, I did not expect it to be that fast. I'm gonna be honest. Like, man, that's fucking crazy.
I must wait a moment.
I guess so. Yeah. Should I twice? I mean, hey, I died only 1,500 times, right? Like, that was, I died a lot more than that. That was fucking insane. Like, I'm gonna be real. Like, I'm impressed. That is nuts. Majority won? Yeah, I guess so. Like, it is crazy. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna use bathroom. Then we'll go look at some other stuff. 15-hour deaths? Yeah. And I didn't even finish, too. I stopped in that last lava level.
There's a lot resting on Bellingham's shoulders. Well, it's only the weight of the nation.
U Jisku traje letnja super akcija sa fantastičnim ponudama. Uštedite 20 do 60% na svim peškirima i 20 do 65% na svim laganim zavesama. A duših soplugama sada je samo 29.500 dinara. Uštedite 65%. Nudimo 30 dana garantovanu cenu. Jisk. Scandinavian sleeping and living.
So in this one, we're going to be talking about Kenjaku, the guy who took over Geto's body. So who exactly is this body-snatching guy whose face changes quicker than her revolving door? Besides being very old and a worse father than Toji was to Megumi, there's a lot to uncover about Kenjaku's story. So Kenjaku's worst deeds start around the Meiji era, which is like 1868 to 1912. But he's actually over 1,000 years old, which is why he's so well acquainted with the immortal Tengen. Around 400 years ago, Kenjaku was in an unknown man's body, which is what he used to make binding vows with ancient sorcerers. That's also when Kenjaku convinced an aging Kajimi Kashimo to become a cursed object so he could return later and fight Sukuna to prove which of them is the new strongest. But that's not all Kenjaku was up to. For centuries, the Six Eyes and Star Plasma vessels have gotten in the way of Kenjaku's goals and extensive plans. Even when he took them out, a new vessel would be born, and a user of the Six Eyes would appear at the right time. This is why Kenjaku focuses on other ways to get them out of the picture. Toji's help also played a major and unexpected role in his success, since he both killed a vessel on the day of the merger and created a rift between Gojo and the owner of the Six Eyes and curse manipulation user Geto. But let's jump back a bit. Around 150 years ago, before the start of the series, Noritoshi Kamo's body was taken over by Kenjaku, and the man already had a temple to use. So it was a no-brainer for him to use that place for nefarious experiments with blood manipulation techniques. There, the sorcerer imprisoned a woman who could bear children with curses and created hybrid babies,
I'm not ready
while
yet.
adding in his own blood as well. Originally, she had gone there for protection, but that didn't turn out so great. Kenjaku made her have 9 abortions, creating the death-painting wounds. The two brothers we saw confront Yuji and Nobara, Eso and Kechizu, are technically related to him, and we'll get to how later. But the other 7 children were named Naranzo, Shouso, Tanzo, Sanso, Kotsuso, Shoso, and Choso, who plays an important role down the line. This not only made Kamo's namesake gain the title of the most evil sorcerer in history because of that, but likely tarnished the clan's reputation. After all, that Kenjaku only really wanted to find out what would be created and how interesting and strong the entities would become. Not to mention there must be a lot of ego involved, since he made himself the third parent to these children. But how does Kenjaku keep jumping around bodies like this? Well, the hint is in the stitches. He basically performs brain surgery, taking over bodies to use as his new form, and using his brain as the control center. Kenjaku also gains their curse technique, or whatever the previous body had available. And the transition is seamless. Even Gojo's highly coveted 6 eyes couldn't see through this nasty technique. But anyway, after disappearing for a while, Kenjaku finds more subjects to experiment on. This time it involves Yuji's mother, Kaorin, whose body he takes over despite Yuji's grandfather, Wasuke, warning Yuji's father, Jin, of the danger of that woman. Yuji's eventually left alone. It's not clear what Kenjaku did with their bodies, but we can assume they both died. Kenjaku's involvement in Yuji's creation also explains why he, even prior to learning about cursed energy, was so physically gifted and athletic. And because he helped birth Yuji, whether literally or just with his blood, this makes Yuji a sibling to the cursed wombs he unknowingly fought and killed. Perhaps that explains why Yuji felt bad when he saw them crying. As if that wasn't enough already, Kenjaku had the finger planted in Junpei's home in order to trigger his curse technique through negative emotions. He might not have meant for the young man to be killed by Mahito, but he didn't care either. Anything to further his plans and to test things out. Around this time is likely when Kenjaku also laid the foundations for spreading cursed energy to non-jujitsu users in hopes of creating more of them. A lot of them weren't compatible with this process though, like Megumi's sister Sumiki, who fell into a coma. Of course, there was a solution to that which requires some time to be resolved. And Kenjaku was nothing if not patient. But was Megumi's sister chosen simply because of bad luck? Or because of the importance Megumi would play in Sukuna's return due to his 10 Shadows technique? It's hard to say, but Kenjaku probably thought he might need Megumi's Shadows against Gojo to take down the Limitless and 6 Eyes combination. But going further, in 2018, Suguru Geto returns from the dead? Not really. With a useful technique like Cursed Spirit manipulation, there was no way Kenjaku could pass up on the chance to acquire this corpse, since Gojo was too attached to his deceased best friend to destroy his body completely. With his body, Kenjaku made temporary allies of the special grade curses, Mahito, Jogo, Hanami, and Dagon. But they're all just a means to a bigger research project he's been working on. And seeing as they had Gojo as a common threat, they agreed to work with Kenjaku to get the 6 Eyes user out of the way. Before they could proceed, they needed to acquire the prison realm and see just how powerful Sukuna was now. Kenjaku suggested sealing Gojo as the only way to defeat him, while carefully keeping himself out of sight from any jujitsu sorcerer who could recognize his body. He also didn't fight anyone to avoid leaving residuals behind, which Gojo would have immediately picked up on. With the finger planted at Junpei's house returned to Jujutsu High, Kenjaku now knows where to find the ones they have stored there. Yes, he put a tracker on, but he can't go himself. Again, because people won't see him. At the same time, 3 of the wombs he created are stolen by Mahito. Days later, the curse hybrids are given bodies and sent on an errand to get more.
Welcome to my channel.
And keep him on Kenjaku's side. Choso is left behind, but surprisingly doesn't even sense his creator's presence in Geto's body. Then comes October 31st. For the prison realm to work, it takes 20 minutes of preparation and a full minute to seal the victim. So after everything was set up in Shibuya, thanks to those working with him, Kenjaku used the body he was in to more or less neutralize Gojo, but not before making sure to drain Gojo's mind thoroughly, similarly to the way Toji did in the past. As we've seen, Gojo was extremely attached to Geto, so seeing his friend back from the dead ensured Gojo would be too stunned to the scene, and got locked inside the prison realm. Despite being an evil mastermind, not everything Kenjaku wanted during this battle came to pass. He missed out on absorbing Jogo because Sukuna killed him, but he did get his hands on Mahito, so he can now activate his trap card. I mean, the cursed energy that he had spread out years ago, and allowing those incompatible bodies to be transfigured and capable of wielding cursed techniques, or be turned into proper vessels like Yuji. Even a combination of jujitsu students and Todo's teacher Yuki aren't enough to take Kenjaku down before he unleashes transfiguration on the marked people. Luckily for us, using idle transfiguration was a one-time deal, since Kenjaku absorbed Mahito and expended him with an Uzumaki attack. But to be fair, Mahito was planning to attack Kenjaku anyway. Afterwards, Kenjaku left with another ancient sorcerer named Urarame, preparing his next big moves. And that brings us to the culling game. The culling game is one of the final steps towards Kenjaku's ultimate goal of making the entire population of Japan merge with Tengen. He started the game, but he's not the game master, meaning he can't change how it's played. Well, at least for the most part. But the technique he used not only brought back old threats, but created new curse technique users from regular people to join the game. Non-combatants were allowed to leave the colonies because their lives wouldn't be spared in the end regardless. Keep in mind, all these normal people would be fodder for the massive curse spirit Kenjaku wants to create. But anyway, remember that guy Kashima? Well, he's brought back as promised. There's also Angel, who is inside of Hanakurusu, much like Sukuna and Yuji. And there's also Yorozu, who reincarnates inside of Sumiki's body. And then there's those who are unfortunate enough to face off with Yuta Kotsu and a few others. Kenjaku takes over the Kamo clan, forcing our young Noritoshi out. Considering the blood manipulation technique he has, the cursed wombs are like ancestors to him, and vastly more potent since they don't have to worry about bleeding to death like a human would. So with Gojo sealed, and the Zenin clan destroyed by Maki, there aren't many people who can oppose Kenjaku in his role in the Jujutsu world. But Kenjaku inadvertently created a potentially more powerful version of Toji Zenin with his culling game colonies. After all the panic and death from Shibuya, Kenjaku goes to the USA and lets them know of an untapped power source in Japan, cursed energy, but not warning them of the dangers of curses. Evidently, it's to try to create more means of cursed energy, aka negative energy, and death through having them join in the games and being killed or taking down sorcerers. The country agrees and sends 800 militants over to kidnap as many jujitsu users as possible, since Gojo is already sealed and not a threat. But Kenjaku doesn't create chaos just for the sake of it. He wants to know what will happen if Tengen and all of Japan create a massive cursed spirit and what it would look like. Likewise, Tengen knows the ancient sorcerer and the way he thinks as well, and even prepares a means to free Gojo before they're confronted by Kenjaku. Another slight wrench in Kenjaku's big lifetime goal. And because Tengen didn't merge with Riko Amane 12 years ago and evolved, they became closer to a curse. This makes Kenjaku's curse manipulation perfect to control the ancient immortal. There's a small issue to deal with first, though. Yuki and Choso are there to protect anything from happening to Tengen. They do their best to stop Kenjaku, but are no match for his experience and the amount of curse techniques he's acquired over time. He devastates Yuki with a tiny Uzumaki attack, aimed at a lethal area, and she resorts to using a black hole against him, ultimately failing, and Choso is sent away to reunite with Yuji and the rest who oppose Kenjaku. The evil sorcerer finds Tengen's true body and continues forward. However, Kenjaku can't begin the merger until the culling game is over, since he took a binding vow beforehand. So that's another issue he has to deal with. He tries to overcome it by adding more rules, eventually glitching the Game Master out to force his success. But that's when Gojo is finally released. Kenjaku is notified at the exact moment and reveals the insane location he had left the prison room in hopes of slowing him down or killing Gojo. But instead, he's confronted by the man himself with a warning. Gojo's planning to get rid of Sukuna and Kenjaku on December 24th, the day that Geto was killed in the past. Until the fight begins, Kenjaku's stuck by Sukuna's side because he'll be instantly killed by Gojo, indicating he knows he's weaker than him. But at the same time, he knows that if Gojo loses, the rest of the Jujutsu users will go after Sukuna, so he's free to do as he pleases, which is a lot of killing of the culling game players in the way of his merger. Seems like his patience is starting to run thin. Part of why the culling game is so important to Kenjaku is that he needs as much cursed energy built up as possible. So it's only normal that when he asks the Kogane how many players died from refusing to fight, he's disappointed in how large the number is. In case you're wondering, 61 people died by forced curse technique removal. Likewise, Kenjaku doesn't like Tengen for never trying to engage physically or facing down a threat to reach a greater goal. But he has other things to worry about, like how much time he has before the Jujutsu sorcerers come after him after dealing with Sukuna. But at least Gojo and Kashimo don't seem to be threats anymore. With that in mind, Kenjaku goes off to get rid of the players not doing what he wants them to do. The first one happens to be an incarnated woman trying her best to escape Kenjaku as he hunts her down. He catches her, of course, choking her with a curse he covers her head with. No remorse for what he's doing to someone he brought back to life. She's played her part after all. Now he just needs to get to his end goal of amassing enough cursed energy to combine with Tengen and all of Japan. Another player, Hazanoki, shows up wondering how Kenjaku finds them so easily. As it turns out, the incarnated sorcerers are tagged with the cursed objects he used to bring them back, while awakened sorcerers have a seal on them that he can track. Either way, Kenjaku can find them anytime he wants to, but before that, he checks in on Mei-Mei's livestream, glad to see that Gojo has lost. And even if someone other than Hazanoki wanted to come fight Kenjaku, he has arrangements in place already. For one, he's the second best barrier user besides Tengen, and he's hidden cursed spirits with barriers around him and Shinjuku. They're probably not very strong, but their job is to monitor any changes in cursed energy and their movements. So if someone such as Akotsu Yuta would be headed towards Kenjaku, he would know immediately. He also made sure to see what the curses see, so he can't be taken by surprise by a player without cursed energy.
Welcome to my channel.
But Kenjaku isn't saying all of that to prove how prepared
Welcome
he is.
to my channel.
Rather, it's a way to make Hazanoki feel even more alone than he did before. Seeing as he refused to be Kenjaku's friend earlier, the fight begins with no warning. Kenjaku having sent out curses against Hazanoki in a flash. If you recall, the incarnated sorcerer can remove parts of his body and use them as explosives, and reverse curse technique is in his arsenal as well. But is that enough to escape this onslaught of attacks from Kenjaku? Sadly, no. He's already stabbed Hazanoki in the neck and head, making sure that he can't heal that part of his body. He's done with these sorcerers now, and wants to move on to the next step, ending the culling game so the binding vow can be fulfilled. And to do that, all the players have to die as soon as possible. But there's one man, not an incarnated sorcerer, standing in Kenjaku's way next. Takaba the comedian. And considering all of his preparations, Kenjaku is visibly stunned by this man's appearance out of nowhere. There was no hint that he was nearby, and no notice from his curses placed around. He's a mystery for Kenjaku, but because he's been given a curse technique and isn't an incarnated sorcerer, Kenjaku's not worried or even interested in Takaba. There is one exception to this, and that's Higuruma and his Judgeman Shikigami. Regardless, because Kenjaku has no expectations for Takaba, he's entering this confrontation with a different mindset than usual. If it were a Kotsu or Gojo coming his way, he'd be geared up to fight with everything he's got. What am I trying to say? Well, he's letting his guard down a bit. Maybe the way that Takaba confidently said that he arrived in the wrong place doesn't help. That aside, Kenjaku attacks the comedian anyway, expecting the large curse to end the fight with one attack. Instead, this just makes Takaba annoyed at Kenjaku's behavior and throws the pseudo-immortal into utter confusion. How could someone he thought had no potential survive that easily? The problem is that Kenjaku knows his attack was effective, but for some reason it didn't work the way it was supposed to. And because Takaba has provided Kenjaku with one of the two things he always longs for, entertainment, he actually smiles. A genuine smile, not the creepy one he had when Gojo figured out that he wasn't actually Geto. Although Kenjaku gets more serious, sending more curses after Takaba, his next attack has no effect either. All Takaba needs to do is make it funny for himself, and the damage is nullified. Not to mention that when Kenjaku goes for Takaba again, he ends up conjuring items from thin air. That includes a bandana for Kenny and cards for himself. This fact, more than anything else, has Kenjaku worried, because Takaba can control whatever items he summons from his imagination. Kenjaku knows that he wouldn't be able to stop the effect, even with the millennia of years he's been alive. But this is Kenjaku we're talking about. He's not going to give up so easily, especially since all curse techniques we've seen have some kind of weakness. It's just a matter of time until he finds a way to take Takaba down. Interestingly, While Kenjaku's conversing with Takaba and trying to get a read on him, the comedian brings up the possibility of giving up the whole idea if something more entertaining crossed his path, and Kenjaku isn't opposed to the thought. So while Kenjaku's planning to kill Takaba and move on, the comedian's trying to find a way to end this interaction more peacefully. But seeing as Takaba's goal is laughter, Kenjaku has already figured out his comedic style and the lack of humor it would bring to an audience. In a way, Kenjaku's thorough analysis and review of Takaba...
Interesantno,
A ko menja ta imena i to? Ko to radi?
Admin ili moderator. Može biti Slavko, Nenad ili ako je moj kum iskukao da mu da ovaj...
Da.
Tvoj kum, ako je...
Veš.
Ko drugi?
Snejku. A vidi opet to, a joj, brate, ovi serveri, ovi pečevi, jebo im pas mater. Snake, ajde pritisni CTRL dva puta.
Mamu ja u pičku,
Snake, nije da se ja skajem, brate, i zbog...
Pa ja ne smijem tebi, smijem se nečemu.
Snake, ajde pritisni CTRL dva puta, samo da vidim latency kod tebe. Jebo ti opet ušao u igru latency mi, brate, preko 300.
Pa šta, dešava se da te one-shotuju mobovi, mislim, kad si sve...
Pa ne, nego ono, juče... Pa ne, jesi ti u igri, sretene? Koliko ti latency?
Šta ti kažem?
CTRL dva puta pritisni. R. Jedan put je za FPS, drugi put je za latency. Što meni 300 jebote. Juče isto sam ušao, ono, sa Snakeom, brate, ono ušao kao...
Pa i kod tebe je sretene puno, a ne kod njega jebote.
Da, 70-60, to je okej, to je okej.
Ne zajebava, ja sam mislio tu oko 40, ajde ono.
Ne, nisu serveri u Evropi, nisu serveri u Evropi, to ne može.
Nisu u Nemačkoj, znaš, kao za Handshoda, nego su...
Pa gde su serveri?
U Blizzardu. U Blizzard tabu, a Blizzard nije u Evropi. Znaš?
O, pa da, pa to je to.
O tome se radi.
Da. Kao globalni je server, tako da igraš i sa Kinezima i sve.
Malo pre China number 1 me bacio 3 magije, znači nisam se mogu pomeriti.
Ja, vidio sam, to je bilo još jutros, ono kad si ovaj PvP, brate, u onoj zoni bio.
Vreme reakcije ne postoji, zato što je već tu bio, znaš.
Ne možeš, ako nisi kepovan za PvP i te stvari, znači ono, dva shot.
Razumeš? Latenciju u pitanju. U ovog puta je bila latencija.
Ima i toga.
Znači nisam odreagovao uopšte.
Ima. Dok se stvori novi event, to ćeš da...
A toga nema.
Da otvoriš, imaš stotku neku da otvoriš ako hoćeš, dok se otvori novi. Ili nemam pojma što možemo... Aha.
Evo ništa ti.
Vladet.
Ja sam uzeo 2 ili 3 sladoleda i štekam ih za kasnije. Malo jebem, brate, onaj Quattro, nešto su ga izmenjali. Nešto mi je drugčiji.
Welcome to my channel. Best viewers on YouTube QLIA.
Da. Zavisi ko imaš koji za 700, ono. Ali da, tako. Pa ne, kažem ti, zavisi koji kupuješ. Da, pa tako, ne, kažem ti, od 400 i kusur do do 700, znači ovi ako najlepše želje i to je nešto skuplje. Opet kinti nije, ali ovo što sam htio da kažem, nemam pojma, brate, nešto mi je promijenjen, nešto mi je čudan. Znaš kako, izvadim ga iz frižidera, znaš ono kao malo da ga pustiš na sobnu temperaturu da možda ga isečeš i da ga izvadiš. Što? Ne, ali brate, posle par minuta on već krene da otpušta ono i da postaje neka...
Welcome to my channel. Levinak. Welcome to my channel.
I'm not ready yet.
Space Xanjisgaming. Welcome to my channel. Page tag. Welcome to my channel. Bluyo TVV. Welcome to my channel. Best viewers on YouTube QLIA. Best viewers on YouTube QLIA. Best viewers on YouTube QLIA.
Ako je neko gledao i htio da se interesuje za ove, kako se zovu, ventilatore i sve, brate, kad odeš i pogledaš ove online, znaš, ono kao šta imaju na stanju, čovječe, nemaju ništa. Većina stvari im je ono kao nedostupna, znači sve pokupovali ljudi. Neki kog sladoleda. Ne željevo, iz 99 dinara.
I must wait a moment.
U kojoj neko ti uzmi koliko možda poneseš? Ja bi uzeo isto 5 kutija. Uzeo bi koliko mogu da ponesem, što znaš ono.
Ma jes, realno jes.
Dobro, razlika. Snejku? Imaš to ovdje dole ti je taj, ako hoćeš ili...
Šta? A nema veze. Nosim kamer, to se radi. Ko to umire, nema. Evo ga tvoj mljeni. Oh my god.
I must wait a moment.
Da gubim, a?
I'm not ready yet.
Koliko pomaže ta magla?
I must wait a moment.
Ma da. Kakvi?
Sad je na mene navalo. Dobro.
I'm not ready yet.
Može privremeno što se kaže.
Ozbiljno, blago tebi, meni bacio ništa.
Kako ćeš da igraš s ukom?
Na slušalice.
Pogledaj. Ovo ti je skoro maksimalni roll na ovo.
Roleplay.
I'm not ready yet.
Blade roll.
I must wait a moment.
Jes, ima i toga. To. Kockica leda unutra i vidimo se. Pa to je to.
I must wait a moment.
Hoćemo li koju Huntebek, imamo li trećeg?
I'm not ready yet.
Nismo igrali sigurno jedno mjesec dana.
Pa ima tu ljudi koji igraju Hunt, na primjer.
Kako ne.
I must wait a moment.
Nišićko.
I must wait a moment.
Ja htio da kažem, kako ne postoji vlaško pivo? Bilo bi super postoji vlaško pivo, a? Aj, zanima vlaško, ali bilo bi lepo... Mene zanima na što bi vlaško ličilo.
I must wait a moment.
Ja ulazim YouTube u Discord i kažem daj mi lašku u flašku, kaže on to treba predložiti s ovima za reklamu. Lašku u flašku.
I must wait a moment.
Armageddon. Welcome to my channel. Ili Jos Balje Flasko Jau Flasi ha ha ha.
I must wait a moment.
Bravo, bravo, bez lava novog jelena
Pa
ništa.
jes, pa čuške cvane. A, apatijska pivara, jes?
Ja.
Ako se već ste ovo radiš, onda završi još jedan da napravimo i drugi glif.
Može, brate, znači, pičemo koliko hoćeš.
Pa ne mogu baš koliko hoćeš.
Sad se druga smjena.
Pošto je Milan tu, ne, idem da spavam. Pošto ovdje su ljudi navikli da ne rade, znaš.
Čekaj da vidim, pošto ja... sad imam ja druge ključeve, pa ću sad... Reci samo kad si spreman.
Može sad.
Čekaj vidim šta imamo. Imamo jedan sa gold findom, a? Ajmo to.
Može. Šta je prebacio?
Si čisto inventar je to, jesi?
Nema šta ni da se kupi.
Što je?
Dobro, čekam te na početku pa ti kada očisti se pa doći.
Ne, bukvalno nema šta da kupiš. Ti misliš da možda napuniš inventar u Nightmare Dungeonu?
Ba ne možda pokupiš skoro pola, ja mislim, ali ja skupljam sve,
Ja skupljam sve, pa ne skupljam plavi i belu, ne mogu skupiti pola.
Ja skupljam sve bre, ma sve šta mi se da, ja to uzmem.
Bele i plave.
Da, sve uzmem, znači lepo ti kažem, kad smo u Nightmare Dungeonu, apsolutno sve uzmemo.
Ne vredi slota u koji stoji.
Pa što je, ovako ga neću napuniti, onda, znaš.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Mislim da Vukovac je nabacio ovaj poison. Ti nemaš neki prog za to?
Ne, oni su empowered na poison u ovom dungeonu. Više golda dobijemo i oni rade empowered na poison.
I'm not ready.
Tako da baš ono...
I'm not ready yet.
Ovaj Boris je uvijek naopak i uvijek je neka kontra.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Nemoj to ne mogu.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Hoće mi pritisak od onog staropramena, bukvalno. Verim pritisak, hoće poluditi. A evo, sad ću. A što je vrh?
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Drake Foster. Welcome to my channel.
Hello,
Diablo Kaki.
Yeah, well, I'm playing with a friend. It's kind of a fun, and I don't. Maybe I'll play the Helldivers tonight, but I gotta go to work in like hour or two. So, do you have fun with the Barbarian?
Kao paćenike.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
A ne znam da li to možeš da kažeš za naciju koja je izbacila Kim Kardashian, Cardi B i takve stvari, mislim. Spruda se.
I'm not ready yet.
As much as I hate it, I might reskill to spin win barb.
I'm not ready yet.
I heard that the Bosch build is unholy. That the guy finished the fucking Greater Pit, whatever the name, with only using one skill.
I'm not ready
one
yet.
Skill only, and that one is a bash. It's a fucking ridiculous multipliers.
I must wait a moment.
Znaš da čovjek završio pit level 80 sa samo jednim skillom.
Ajoj. Koliko mu vremena trebalo?
Ne, grešiš.
I'm not ready yet.
Znaš koji je skill u pitanju?
Beš, a?
Sve je u redu, pa jesi.
Samo jedini skill od koliko 6 lotova.
I'm not ready yet.
Toliko ima modifiera za damage, kao bolest. Kaže da je vjerojatno bug.
I'm not ready yet.
Kaže nemoguće, razumiješ, da može da ga kao rolaš kao taj modifier na skoro svakom komatu gira. Naprimjer, druid može minion attack speed da roluje na rukavicama ili na armoru.
I must wait a moment.
Ne damage, ali...
I'm not ready yet.
Drago mi što mogu da stojim daleko od ovoga da me ne ispljeska poison. Znači poison je po meni najgora statistika koju mogu da imaju.
I must wait a moment.
Pokupimo i taj drugi žeton. Danas treba da izlazi, ja mislim, ekspanzija, da, reci.
Sutra bi možda mogli poći
Koja ekspanzija izlazi danas?
A neću 8, kak je 8? A u 9, pola 10, jer znaš da se ne budim prije 9, pola 10. A gdje se vrćeš, čovječe, pa ti dođeš ujutru, nemaš koga ni vidjeti u onaj kafić, niđe nikoga.
Ima policija.
O ne.
I'm not ready yet.
Jel ti Kecman igraš Barbarijana?
Nikak.
Sad trenutno ne, ali da.
Šta je to ubilo? Majke, lightning neki. Šaman.
Poison, bre!
Pa dotu je 3000 damage, šta?
Ma, nisu normalni koliko rade damage s poisonom.
Ja ti remenu. 3000 damage. Bacio me lightning me pecno malo, skinuo neku onako crticu healtha i onda je onaj otrov ispod noge, bum.
I must wait a moment.
Jeste malo jebote, ne mogu da bi on što ti.
Opet šaman, a?
Lightning.
Isto malo.
I must wait a moment.
Ali ne znam koji ih boostuje, znaš, ne vidim. Velika je guža.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Mislim da je mrtav taj što boostuje, vjeruješ da sam ga cepnuo.
Nije ovo ga ovdje.
Boga mi jest. Nisu mi buff oni bili, znaš. No, ono što sam ti rekao da imaš taj lingering efekt kao još uvijek je aktivan. Ne šaman, ne boostuje šaman.
Znaš ko je fora, bilo ih je mnogo, bilo ih koji gađaju range, bilo je ovi sa lightingom i... Jebi ga, ono, kad se sve skombinuje urade mnogo štete.
Draga mi što si uzeo taj kamen, ko će sad pokupiti taj drugi?
Ti?
Kako?
A?
A? Opet...
Kad si ti zaginuo, evo te malo pre si bio živ.
Opet te pitam, pa kako? Zato što je neki mob bacio lightning na mene, onaj field. Što ćete reći? Moon Clan Mauler, onaj sa...
Da, pa ima ih, kažem ti, baš ono kombinuju se, ali nema veze.
I'm not ready yet.
Nisam siguran. Mrtva je trka između paukova koji te gađu sa onim... Znaš paukova koji gađu sa onim ledenim, kao strelicama, znaš, kao ledenim projektilima. Između njih i između ovih kazari. Ko razvaljeviš.
A mene razvaljuju zato što nemam dobre rolove, ono, pa nemam toliko HP, ovaj build treba da ima mnogo više health.
Pa, naćeš ti, ajte me, nije to problem.
Naći ću ga, mislim, samo što, ono...
Bolje spas.
Khalib took the last of the warriors out to face the flesh eaters. The rest of us will try to shore up our defenses here. I am loath to spill cursed blood here amidst the bones of our ancestors, but I shall.
Ova škrinja izgleda kao da ledi iznad zemlje, znaš.
I meni tako izgleda.
Baca senku kao da ledi tipa...
Exploit i maxi.
20 cm iznad. Šta mi sad upgrade-o? Random nešto, a?
Ben ti mamu ja
Muti, neće da ti škodi.
Jo. Evo sad nešto, joj, brate, ovi prosten bi mogao da rolujem, ali za health umjesto lucky chance, čekaj, brate.
Koji prosten?
Imam jedan prosten, daje mi intelligence, attack, speed i lucky hit chance.
Zašto primam health damage? A zato primam health damage zato što sam napred, znaš.
Ja, to.
Pa šta je ovaj lag bio? Ovo onih 300 milisekunda što si ti spominjao.
A, pa da, stvarno, pa ne, vidim da su najavili ta sranja.
Šta je sad imaju problema sa brojem igrača koji igra u igru?
Let's go salvage.
Da, pogasili su servere i sad ljudi hoće šta da igraju i onda nemaju dovoljan bandwidth. Tako ispada. Po ovome što vidim, znaš.
Want even more help to rush your stuff?
This cannot be rushed. I'm trying to do the reputation with Iron Wolves. That can't be rushed. Like it's just like meticulously.
Hoćeš još jedan ili na...
Pa možeš jedan da imam onaj werewolf, onaj glif. No, thank you Drake. Thank you. That can't be rushed. You can play. I can add you as a friend if you wanna play with us. Igrali smo s njim Helldiver. Just tell me your whatever battle tag name. Fucking Blizzard.
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel.
Ček sekundu samo. Kecman.
Kako se me izgubio text speed? Šta je sad ovo? Juče mi je bio 33%, sad je 28%. Šta sam ja... Samo sam rolao više health i rolao sam više kritikala.
Add me.
Ja, ček, moram se jedan telefon.
If you want to party up.
Father bless. What do you need? That there is worth the coin.
Whatever.
Not bad. Unexpected.
Let's see.
That there is worth the coin. Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Oh, Drake. This, no, out. I can help you with the...
Need something forged?
Halo?
Halo?
Jesmo li ga tu? Jebi ga, imao sam telefon, moram se sjavim.
Je, ali nisam skontao da si dungeon.
Jesmo dungeons.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Večer svakako. Da.
Vidim da treće i on ubio, znači nije boost.
Ne, kaže možda će napraviti posla, nije rekao.
I must wait a moment.
Ovoga roga, alta, da uzme spark. Kaže i trebam to, ne znam, za krafta.
I'm not ready yet.
Kako ne, po svima fali taj jedan spark, ja mislim.
Bar jedan.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Ko čovek? Možeš sebi da dozvoliš da se počestiš.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Joj, bolje mi radi, sad imam malo više HP, malo je bolje.
I must wait a moment.
Ne, rerollovo neke stvari sa ovih prstena.
I must wait a moment.
Da.
Ja sam rekao full DPS build ne radi. Ne radi ako nećeš da te kao one shot i command. Sad.
Pa kad čujem sve te termine ni ne igram se.
A ti hoćeš da pričam s srbizmima? Aha, dobro.
Što sam htio kažem, čeki, brate,
pomenim statistiku na predmetu. Hoćeš još malo?
I must wait a moment.
Ili hoćeš sve to da izgovorim? Samo radi to.
Ako jednostavno, brate, treba samo počitati sve paragone i sve glifove i naći ono, znaš. A drugo, ako voliš matematiku, brate, ovdje ima matematike kako nećeš, O ja.
I'm not ready yet.
Ne znam kako da mu objasnim.
I must wait a moment.
A kako to veze ima sa igranjem igrica? Mislim, to nije ista stvar, mislim, kako, znaš.
Pošalje nam poglede.
Nije igrica, brate, nema veze jedno s drugim.
Slušaj. Pošalj nam on na Discord, znaš. Pošalj nam neku ribu, kaže, pogledajte ovu streamer. A riba ono, uzela mikrofon i ovo radi.
Ja, znam, vidio sam to neki lepili, brate, što tamo cokće na one mikrofone. Jebote kako, ja bi to pobio.
Pa što je pobio? Pa nije ona problem, nego likovi koji bacaju lovu na nju.
A ima i toga. Ponuda i potražnja, ha.
Ne radi ona to zato što se ona, kao znaš, radi na to, nego zato što to donosi pare. Znaš, basically SMR streamers are modern day.
Pol 12. Jel ti treba još ili ćeš sad ovo da farmaš?
Pa možda još jedan.
Ajde.
Recimo, na neki da daje više XP-a.
Critical chance, quick killer, extra shrines.
Ne, stani.
Hoćeš ja pokrenem extra shrine?
Aj, može. Ko je što Cokću? Nije to Cokću, to ste streamerke isto.
Ne, to je mikrofon koji ima dva uha i one ližu te uši, znaš.
Ne ližu uši, nego ližu kurac, da prostiš. A ti zažmuriš i samo slušaš to i kao radit. I onda kad dođe do vrhunca, onda baciš donaciju 5 evra, 10, 50, znaš. Kao što bi inače platio. To je ta tvoja logika.
I must wait a moment.
Ja sam rekao ne i jednom ljudima koji su htjeli da kupe Twitch Prime ili da se subuju na mene. Rekao sam, te para dajte u dobrotvorne svrhe, ne treba mi ništa.
I must wait a moment.
Ne jednom sam.
Zašto sam kliknuo na conduit?
Šta ću ti briga?
I must wait a moment.
Ma da. Tu je gleda.
I'm not ready yet.
To kao, pa da, zašto imaš kao to, ali ne.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Ništa u odnosu na juče, što si vidio.
I must wait a moment.
Ima dobio. Generičko pitanje.
I must wait a moment.
Bojim se, Boris, da ćemo se složiti da se ne slažemo.
Regriti mi se gri.
I'm not ready yet.
Ajde, ti si Tarko prozvao simulator...
Ništa, u tom slučaju, Boris, ja bi ti, Boris, u tom slučaju predložio da to ne radiš, da ne bi sekao sebi ruku.
Simulator...
I'm not ready yet.
Kako se rekao, ciganskog skupljačkog života, nešto tako.
No.
To su njegove reči, ne znam šta...
Sekundarne sirovine.
Ja se izvinjam, tako dobro. Da.
I'm not ready yet.
Skupljač sekundarnih sirovina.
Zdarkov.
Ja ne mogu.
Pa je.
I must wait a moment.
Šta, skupljaš akumulatore, grafičke kartice...
Ali jeste.
Pa to je realni simulator, ti suštini ideš po kućama ljudi koji su otišli ili pobegli. I pljačkaš, kradeš. Zato se Nenadu sviđa, znaš, Nenad radi taj scenarij da ljudi nisu i onda uđeš kroz kuću i uzimaš šta ti treba.
Jedino je Tarko možda dublje za ovdje ja možda.
Tarko je dublji. I je što se igra iz prvog lica, zato je dublji.
They've been feeding on me. My soul. I must wait a moment.
Ja bi vas sve poslao malo na pregled.
A? Jeli? Pa ja bi ljudi koji igra Kan Shodan poslao na pregled.
Ti si kreten, znači ti si...
Evo je defanziva. Trigger vrde, viš? Trigger vrde. Viš?
Joj, voli se, brate.
Mogu dvojica da igra to igru.
Aha.
Pa ko je tebe spomenuo? Pa to se braniš. To se braniš, Boris.
I'm not ready.
Ja te nisam rekao.
Boris se zajebo, ti reci što hoćeš, brate, znači slovo te je sra. Nisam je potvrdio.
Ja ga nisam reći ga nisam spomenuo.
A brate, i juče si pao na isto slovo, nemoj se tako, ajde.
Trigger word, znači, nevjerovatno. Svaki put. Svaki put. Nemoguće.
I must wait a moment.
Ojoj. Ali juče isto.
A čemu to? Čemu?
Boris se vrate.
Kad sam bio u toj nekoj kritičkoj fazi, kad sam Blizzard išao na kurac u nekih njihove gluposti, čim počne kritikujem sretem, ali Snake, nisam ja mada idiot što ja to radim, pa jesam ja idiot što ja igram njihovu igru. Sretene, nisi ti idiot, nego su developeri govnari. Pa sam ja idiot, Snake, nisi Sretene i onda. Znaš, i onda odustane, ne mogu, onda više pričam.
I must wait a moment.
Kaže ti da mu razbiješ koncepciju kad ih privučeš. Kad ih sabiješ sve na gomilu, znaš.
A neki sabio on dole sve na gomilu, brate.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Ako misliš da ću da branim Blizzard, zajebao si se, leješ na pogrešno drvo. Znači, Blizzard radi stvari koje su nepopularne i ja nemam potrebe da branim Blizzard. Blizzard ima svoje usta. Rapture, šta je Rapture? Ono kad ih kao dekne u gomilu?
Rapture ti je ono kad ga zabodeš mačem pa dobiješ attack speed i napraviš ono lokvu oko sebe. Oko njih, to je samo da si ubro.
A nema to veze. A to je konceptualno, Boris, to je MMORPG. To je konceptualno drugačije, znači stvar.
Ljudi, ja ću morati sad napravim neku manju pauzu.
I šta sad očekuješ da ja kažem? Ništa, ja nisam ljubitelj toga i ciljna publika, znaš. Opet?
Jebote, igrao si Resident Evil, kako možeš da porediš Diabolu sa Resident Evil? Dobro, i šta, ovo ideš i besomučno klikćeš mišem za mizaš.
A? Ne, trenutno stvarno nemam na raspolaganju 7-8 sati da igram World of Warcraft ili Baldur's Gate da igram 20 sati. Nemam vremena. Good enough glitch levels. Yeah. It's good. Thanks.
Bez suštine, bez svrhe i bez smisla.
Aha. I završio sa Tantrumom.
That's good salvage.
okolnosti igre đavo neki, ono,
Koji
u
đavo?
vrhuncu, od đavola ni dž, jebote.
Pa, nema đavo. To je samo reklama. What's a good rogue? Shadow clone build, I guess. Grenades can probably okay. But seems
Problem od sve, niste jasno meni. Ne znam kako možete, ja samo da pokušavam da uđem u neki delić. Ne postoji mikromilimetar te igre koji bi me privukao da je pogledam, a ne da je igram. Znači, pokušavam da uđem u vašu psihu, da shvatim šta vas to privlači tamo.
Šta? Nemam vremena, razumeš? Ovo ti je kao, što kaže ono... Nemam vremena. Nemam vremena, čoče, razumeš? Ja bi sad nared igrao V-Rising, ali nemam 5-6 sati vremena.
Igraj Space Invaders, jebote.
Ma, to je za malu decu. Znači, ja to nisam igrao ni kad sam imao godina toliko kad je to izašlo. Nema vremena. V-Rising, ne V-Rising, kako se zove. Vampire Survivor sam već 100-200 sati potrošio. To je već i previše vremena za tako jednostavnu igru. A sve malo po malo. Cool.
Golem. Juden golem.
Ne znam. Nemam ništa od toga da kao moj kum bacam blato po drugim ljudima.
To pričaš kod da si umro, daj pusti glasa malo.
Ne znam, možda sam umro. Ako želiš da zvučim kao da sam zdrav, trenutno se ne sjećam baš najbolje, ne bi bilo da ne radim i da bukvalno sam u kretu, ali... Pa ne želim. Maybe I can just boost you with this one, easy blood minus.
Ne osjeća se dobro, odeš uzmeš bolovanje.
Ne znam da li je pitanju alergija ili prehlada. Teško reći. Radije bih bio da je pitanju prehlada. Brže će vam proći prehlada nego alergija. Ali će da me cepa čitav mjesec.
Troller. Ich bin einen Troller.
Oh my god.
Troller.
Okay. Let's get teško reći zato što ima dosta tih začina i glutena u vazduhu tamo da radim i to ti je oko malo...
Pa i ja sam ubeđen, 7 sati dnevno klikće više.
I need more time.
Da.
7 sati dnevno klikće po ekranu, ja sam ubeđen isto.
Da.
I'm not ready yet.
Znači, ovo su one aktivnosti kad merimo drugim ljudima, jel tako? Koliko je ko popušio cigareta, koliko je ko potrošio novca na X.
I'm not ready yet.
Ja sam davno prestao da si igram toga. Ako je počeo toga da si igram, neko bi me jedu govno da mi puše kurac u isto vreme. A on neće toga da se igram, zato što to nije lepo. Znači, bilo tu ljudi koji su mi merili koliko sam novca potrošio na, ne znam, Steam igre, na igre sa Epica i u zadnjih 10 godina.
I'm not ready yet.
Bio tu jedan retard s kojim sam radio koji mi je Kaže, uzeo si telefon od 200 eura. Rekao, da, šta je problem? Pa mogu si dodaš Suboticu da jebeš najbolju pičku.
I must wait a moment.
Ja rekao, da, ne bi imao telefon. A ona bi imao 200 eura. I šta sad?
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Nisam ljubitelj toga. Ima kod mog brata u sobi, ali to je... Nekad mi je vam pamet kad uđem kod njegu sobu.
I must wait a moment.
Meni je od 9 ujutru na 16.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. Thanks. Greetings.
Sad bi teo da kažem, možda bi trebalo malo utuliti.
I'm not ready yet.
A to ti nije pravilo, ja se tako osjećam kao ti sa sve kijanjem i curenjem nose, ja pod klimu ne živim.
I must wait a moment.
Da nije korona verzija 3.0.
I must wait a
mislim da je
moment.
najobičnija letnja prehlada.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Magic in a bottle. Better than start a hammer sings on your return.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. 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 I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Došli, dragi gosti.
I to. Šta bi ovo na Cetinju, ste vidjeli? Neka bomba eksplodirala.
Na cetiju negdje plava.
Spod sportskog centra.
A što na cetinje?
A?
A šta je na cetinje?
Bomba eksplodirala. Pored sportskog centra.
Ujeo.
Jedna osoba nastradala i više povređenih.
Znači, teroristički napad.
Nešto, recite meni gdje si bio. Gdje si bio?
Imaš i veze s time.
Jebem ti tupog kralja Aleksandra, usta ga jebem mrtva žvalava.
Pa čekaj, i sad je Vučić kriv za to, a?
To su ti sad vladari koji su mrtvi krivi.
Pa, on je kriv. Šipteri su ostali u Evropi zbog njega.
Dobro. I?
To je bio njegov drugi prijatelj, pa nije teo da ga pošli za Tursku kad je tražio Ataturk. Jebem ga usta mrtva.
A jebi ga, trebala im je radna snaga u ono vreme.
Evo, mislio sad će skrajimo.
Ima vrlo boss uskoro. Nije, 2 minuta.
Roland, gde?
Idi ga, prebaci se na nekog lika u sezoni i uzmi ga, šta pričaš? Prebaci se na kolika... Ma šta te mrazi, idi uzmi iteme bre, šta te mrazi, trebaju ti za summoninge i za sve, nemoj se zjebaš. Dobiješ ono za pritisni escape, idi leave, game izaberi lika koji ti je maksimalni level i idi ubi ga na T4.
Možda gubi na bilo kom nivou težine.
Za 2 minuta, ma da, prebaci se odmah, brate, znači ono... Ma stižeš, brate, samo se prebaci. 2 minuta je to. Dobiješ onaj item, brate, koji ako nećeš da koristiš za Uber bossove za summoninge, brate, onda...
Daj ga meni.
Onda ga prodaš.
Misliš na materijal, šta?
Da. Jedan puta valjda u nedelji dobiješ, znači za prvo ubijstvo na nedeljnom nivou, ja mislim, i to je to. Fracture Peaks, ono Fracture Peaksu je. To ti desno od Kjošarda. A, to.
Znaš, foru kad je to bilo World First i tako to, da su dobili neke kljove pa su kao nabijali da oprostiš.
Ali ja nisam učestvovao u Snake u tom, ja sam krenuo kad je tek sezona 1 izašla, tako da ono...
A znam, nego ljudi su radili flex. Kao to je bio onaj kao test.
A to, ljudi uvijek rade flex.
To je bio kao test neki pa kao da uđeš na server, a bilo je milion ljudi, razumeš, htjelo da igra. I onda da uđeš, da se leveluješ i da odeš da ubiješ bossa. Ma važi kako ne. S tim serverima smeštaju u Americi sa onim svim lagom i glupostima. Ma kako. Nama je latencija dobra kad nema previše igrača. Čim se na... Mislim da nama latencija bolja popodne. Kad većina američkih igrača i ne igra suštini.
Aha, pa ja mislim da ima toliko. Stvarno mi je čudno tu da su kao napravili, to sam po Severne Americi.
Ti igraš ujutro od 6 do 10, znaš, recimo do 12.
Da. Pa to, imaš 8 sekundi, 5. Stenki, ili ti radiš bossa, ne, a?
Mislim džabe.
Džabe, a? Pa sad je gotovo, evo sad samo krenuo je.
Džabe materijal.
Gotovi.
Već ga nema, razumije.
Ma, odmah ga izbrišu. Pa to ti kažem, na T4, brate, nestane odmah.
Na T3 je borba, znaš, zavisi to kako podijemo.
Brutal.
Ja nisam dobio onaj sa Stygian Stone od bossa, znači World bossovi to ne bacaju.
Well done.
Da.
Stygian Stone, da ti baci boss?
Pa ja sam, neko mi reče Stygian Stone bacaju bossovi, ne?
Ne, ja to nisam bio boss.
Ne.
cannot carry anymore.
Evo, ja sam uvijek 8, nisam dobio slični ston, imao sam 8 komada.
Dobio sam ukus sveg, ja mislim. Ali to je to.
Ja imam 8 i to. Bring Delta.
Take care, break.
Depths of pit or vrlo bosses on T4 format. Ja jesam na T4. Nije mi dao. Jeste, jeste. O,